penguin. Yeah, that nigga come. Yeah, that nigga froze. Yellow diamonds on me, but everything still on code. Couple rappers do not like me cause I put they hoe. Yeah. Tricky, no, how to do, yeah. It's a big difference right between me and you. I can show you how to hustle, how to ball, and how to shoot. Yeah, I can show you how to hustle, how to ball, and how to shoot. I've been doing this since a jit, little bitch. This shit ain't nothing new. Money coming in, bitch. I like my shit in all blue. I'm about to buy another truck and finna give away my coupe. I'm shooting shit like Paul Pierce. Bitch, I ball, yeah, I'm the truth. I just post some walk harder up in my Mountain Dew. I be shitting on these niggas, that's all that I do. I be shitting on these niggas, that's all that I do. I be shitting on all these niggas, that's all that I do. I be shitting on all these niggas, that's all that I do. I be shitting on all these niggas, that's all that I do. Oh, then how you coming, Glock? Okay. Go. I don't follow rules, no. Did I fuck his bitch for sure? For sure. Hey. I went to school with a boat before lunchtime. I had it. So I ain't surprised that boy read. I remember 11th grade he told. Had all the bitches doing and selling O's. I been a motherfucker, how my niggas to bring pose. And you been a ho. Come to the took my soul. She started out fast, then went slow. I'm like, whoa. This bitch here so good that I can feel it in my toes. Dirty motherfucker, but that boy Elliot got me froze. Humble as fuck, but I still shit on you like I'm supposed. So she fantasize about giving me head inside my rose. They don't like me, fucking ball on they bitch head like Derrick Rose. Trapping in the mountain, next day I'm serving in Belter Grove. Money by the pound and I pulled it, walk up by the fold. Money by the pound and I pulled it, walk up by the fold. Look how she bounce it, she a pro. She a super slut, she suck it till she choke. Is he a street nigga or a rich nigga? Bitch, I'm both. Smashed her 6 days in a row, then turned into Casper the Ghost. That pussy too good, baby, I had to go detox. That pussy too good, baby, I had to go detox. If that pussy wet, bitch, you a pair of Reeboks. If that pussy wet, bitch, you can't get a pair of Reeboks. Got a bad Latina chick, she look just like Selena. She don't sing, but when I get behind her, she turned into a singer. Went from standing in the trap to standing on stage in arenas. That boy, he a G. Ice motherfucking cold. That boy, he a penguin.
Didn't even that shit he did just for computers. This shit you let niggas do to you today, yo. Crying now. When I get on your ass, ain't no crying now. Your man's died in been 3-4 days, still ain't sliding now. Hurry up, get that kid back for that net, nigga. Get 5 down. Catch the Negro on the corner, she was like, I'm out. Mathematic County when he's at that drink on her. I'm shaking up. See, feels like I think I'm favor. Man, what? I know what I bitch eat the cop. She gon' tell me what, and you know how. Remember that shit you said about my bro, he did. Yeah. You won't chest ahead. But I won't face instead. That's another thing. So for him, when I ain't got some be called 30 sticks. Cause if we gon' give it up and bands the party. Oh, he think he crazy for them tweaking off the mob. At the gym, you know he down to catch a body. It's gonna be a shootout for sure. Ain't no problem. Let's get no roof off this motherfucker. He got a gun, he's scared to shoot in this motherfucker. Don't tell me what we cannot do. I be on my dick. 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 Yeah, I be on my spot. This ain't no crime. Your man's dad had been 3 days to now. Hurry up, get that get back for that next nigga get fat down. Catch the op, he think it's shaking. Time he think it's dead down. Saying my name like suicide. I see him die now. Negro on the corner, she won't move like he in time. Mouth. Niggas, bitches, they be pleading cases. Let me find out. Find him out and meet him at the county when he's. Wait, I'm shaking out these pills. I think I'm favored him. Wait, I'm shaking out these pills. I think I'm favored him.
Invader, this is for the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Where the fuck am I going? Who the hell could I be? All this time I've been lost. Vessel trapped in the sea. Chains holding my legs. I just want to be free. Fist picking my throat. Hell yeah, and they know it. Tears keep going. You can see it in my phenotypes and that damn English. This and my armor, man, stay ready. I hit the streets in my Chevy. Blunt, burning, smoking heavy. Man, here you go, I got plenty. Prayers up for what's in it. In the land, I lost many. Cause every nigga ain't every man living. No D-Bows, but Stanley. No heroes for my family. Why the pigs keep killing us daily. Invader, lonely invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader, slowly invader. Invader, lonely invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Praises to the Most High. Praises. Where the fuck you come from? Kidnapped our babies. 11 in the bush. Our country is scorched. Get in my fortune. Give me my land. That's why you smaller. We don't know who your daddy is, but your kinfolk. Take the food off of my plate. Eat that shit with my folk. You win. Invader, sitting homie invader. All praise to the Most High. All praise to the give them all invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader. Cody Invader, Invader, Invader. This is Cody Invader, Invader. Praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Hey, 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 hey.
Peace, 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 peace. I don't know if I'm being heard. Somebody said it was a little choppy though. Let me know if I'm being heard. Press 1 if yay. Press 2 if nay. Let's get with it. Mic check, mic check, mic check. All right, so we good. Peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses, peace to the aborigines, north, south, central, as well as the conjoining islands. It is I, once again, your brother Hanu Kiel. We're going to go in on some couple things today. So now I know this polite thing is something that's kind of trending. I really don't even really do builds on a lot of these individuals. But I know a lot of brothers have done builds on it this morning or earlier, and they was, pretty much very enlightful. As far as the characteristics of a predicate or a predator, such as polite, you know, yeah, I've seen this shit unfolding for a long time. You know what I'm saying? I really did. I've seen the like when you see a person come into this shit, presenting themselves like they so conscious and they caught up with everything. As we see it, everybody eventually, goes back to the lower self. So that's what Polite got caught up with. Polite got caught up with, with the money. He got caught up with the lifestyle, right? Then he got caught up. I mean, besides the lifestyle, he got caught up with them lower self demons. You know what I'm saying? I don't think a lot of people actually, you know, looked at it because my time was seeing Polite. He seemed like he was walking the path of enlightenment and to be a light being or trying to gather himself to be a light being. When I say light being, that's reframing from the material world. When you say the material world, when you go on Instagram and women, showing their asses and all that, and you get caught up with that. I mean, for certain weak individuals who allow themselves to become that of the flesh. And when I say that of the flesh, I don't want to sound like a Christian. I'm saying that of the flesh by letting the flesh control your emotions and letting the flesh make you like emotional and lustful. Like once the flesh start tapping into that lust and and then you start acting towards that, this is what we get with this nigga Polite. So like I said, I've seen his time from the time this nigga came in the community, not our community, but the Pan-African community. So let's definitely separate that from anything that we doing over here. Um, but I seen, he was good with the fasts. He was good with the holistic shit. He was fucking with Sabi. But at the same time, he was still engaging in them lower self demons. And I'm not saying that even if you engage in the lower self, we all tap into the lower self sometimes. But when you start tapping into the lower self for some of that shit that I've heard that he did, that they was mentioning in court, that's like Alex the Crowley type of energy. You know what I'm saying? That's definitely Alex the Crowley energy. You know what I'm saying? I got daughters myself, and to see anybody, a predicate that hangs with a 14-year-old and take a 14-year-old to a club and allow her to drink, and then he's tuning her up so later on he can get into whatever psychotic shit that he want to do with the individual. You know what I'm saying? But for a mother to allow her child to hang with a savage, you know what I'm saying? I could tell if this nigga was coming with the dashikis. He's no longer coming with the dashikis. He wearing Versace, red bottoms, and all of that European fashion. And he went from dashikis and, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna call it a fez. I don't know what type of the Kemet style hat or the Kemet style headdress that you see a lot of these brothers wearing. To go from that and to take the money and then go to Hollywood. I already seen this shit coming a long time ago. So, I mean, the individuals who gain from that, man, and I'm not saying everybody got a right to cut them off, and I'm not even saying what side of it. If side of it feel like, what he did was some crazy shit. We all know what he did was some crazy shit. So you will have to cut him off. It couldn't be, it's no explanation as to why would anybody continue to deal with a fucking nigga who would do that to a child, or not a child, but a young lady, you know what I'm saying? Knowing, and he knowing this nigga that he claimed he had 3 wives at one point in time, and you lusting over some 14-year-old child, or however old she was. We know she was underage. You done had 3 wives before, and your wife. She got a fat ass. I mean, she look nice. Like, I'm not really into the African women, but I'm just saying his wife is a beautiful brown skinned sister, and you resorting to that. That's a motherfucker who's a psychopath, who have always had them degenerate characteristics, and we don't know who he is. People say, oh, he came from the Nuwabians. But Prince York sat up there the day that he was talking to him and told him that Polight have never met Dr. York. He don't even know Dr. York. So we don't know who Polight is. We don't know who he is. We don't know where he came from. But my suspicions is that he's a motherfucking Nigerian. And if I'm wrong, I don't want to hear, oh yeah, he said I'm a Barbadian. He's from Bar. He's not a Caribbean. He's definitely an African. Definitely. He's definitely an African. He's not from the Caribbean. So this is the type of sick mentality or sick individuals that we got that's out here pumping this information, that was scamming niggas first. This nigga's a criminal, because he was scamming niggas first, which is fraud, and then you violating people, you violating young women, which is a crime. That's an assault, nigga. So this nigga is a fucking criminal posing as someone who is enlightened. So that right there would tell you, be careful of the company you keep from this point on. And I'm not saying people capable of doing that type of savagery, but like I said, man, the end goal to this, as a human being, right? You always want to conquer the lower self, because the lower self is that devil that talks to you and tell you to do shit. You know how they say a devil's playground? No, they said an idle mind is a devil's playground. So when that lower self talking to you, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that everybody's not demonic like that. Your lower self may talk to you or may affect you in certain ways, but when you get to a point where you like that, and this nigga is slithering around in the community, athletes, entertainers is fucking with him, and he's a mentor to them. But it wouldn't be no different than some of these other mentors and gurus that's in entertainment, right? That's doing the same shit. So I already know, because I was, like I said, if I'm a conscious joker and I see you go from the dashikis to a Rolls Royce, I'm already on code, and I'm already checking the process out. I'm like, yo, nah, this is not a conscious nigga right here. Because the reason why A1 been doing this shit for this long, because I love to do this. You know what I'm saying? I mean, sometimes it do get tiring and exhausting. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it fucked up. It get tiring and exhausting as well. This shit definitely get tiring and exhausting. Like I said, when you got real life shit going on, and then you got children, and you got all this other stuff going on, 5 hours out the day to be able to check in with the American Aborigines, that shit, that time should be well appreciated. And with, like, anytime someone going, if I take, if all right, let's say for example, let's do the rundown of people who do shows. You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying, Cuddy come on every morning. Him and Ab TV. They come in every morning. They put a lot of energy into this. And that energy is to enlighten our community, or the Aborigines, or the Indians, or whatever you classify yourself that ties yourself back to the Americas or the Amaru, right? It's a lot of time to put in. I'm talking about consistently doing it. I don't have that much time to devote to doing this shit like that no more. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. I come on and I talk, but when it come time to do like presentations and do lectures and do stuff like that, that time, you know, it takes a lot of energy to put together a bill. Not just you know, where you conversating or you talking, because that also take energy, but it takes energy for you to come in here and share the screen, and put together things that connect and cross reference, you know what I'm saying, and things that enlighten the people. You know, these conversations we have enlighten the people as well. But anywho, back to this clown, back to this motherfucker Polight. I ain't never really liked that motherfucker Polight. Never liked it. Never liked him from day one. I always looked at him as being a shiesty motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. And like I said, like coming through the paradigm, because even though my grandmother, both my grandmothers, my mother and mother, no matter of fact, fuck that. My mother's father, no, my mother's father was telling us that he was Creek and Cherokee back in the 80s. And my grandmother, who was a mulatto, who was half and half, she was saying the same fucking thing. So you know what I'm saying, even coming through that paradigm, still didn't listen to the elders, still ventured out and went down the wrong paradigm, which is the Pan-African paradigm, that, you know, that kind of took time out my life for me to understand that shit, and to be able to even know who the fuck a nigga like Polight and some of these other degenerate motherfuckers that be part of that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying all of them, because like I've said, I've learned some things from Polight, but that motherfucker is a piece of shit. For him to devolve and go into some savage and do that to a young child. And like I said, if that child father had, I mean, if she had a father, her father should be putting hands and feet on that nigga. You know, so matter of fact, you know what? If she had a father, that would never happen. Because, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't know, man. Like, obviously her mother's a liability to allow a 14-year-old to go to a fucking club, nigga. Are you out of your mind? Why child services is not dealing with her? I'm not telling you that child services is good, but that's definitely a neglect case right there. Let one of my children go out with a grown ass man. Oh hell no! If it ain't one of her uncles, or at that time of night, oh nah, 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 hell no, hell to the motherfucker no, nigga, hell no. You know, if you ain't dropping her off at her grandmother house or one of her family members, and you sitting up in there, hold on one second, people. All right, I'm back. But yeah, that's some degenerate shit. And that's why I say, like, we have to have, like, even doing the stuff we doing here. Now I know I just played some music that might not have been appropriate, what I'm saying, for some of us, but some of that shit, like sometimes I'll be wanting to hear that type of shit. Cause I don't normally even listen to music like that. Like I'll be in my own zone. I listen to shit. I don't know. I got an array of different artists that I listen to. But anywho, back into the situation, and I see a lot of the Pan Africans are trying to isolate themselves, which they should. I'm not gonna sit up there and say, "Oh man, you was fucking with the nigga," but I'm quite sure that a lot of them brothers didn't know that that nigga was doing no shit like that. Nobody. And if you did know, then your head need to motherfucking roll just like his head is gonna roll. 7 years. I'm not saying it's the longest time. He could have got more, but 7 years is a long motherfucking time, nigga, in jail, in prison, nigga. Trust and believe that. That's a long motherfucking time. It don't seem like a day, a week, a month, a year. 7 years is a long motherfucking time. But he could have got way more years than that for all of the felonies that he had. That the prosecutor dropped some of them because he took a plea. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that's the reason why, like, even my daughters, like, what I'm saying, I make sure that, I enlighten them, I be around them, you know what I'm saying? I try as much as I can because some of I only have one, I got a teenager, my daughter 15. She actually just left. But I couldn't imagine allowing my 15-year-old daughter to go out with no grown. I couldn't imagine that. In no way, shape, form, or fashion. That's something I like. I couldn't consider unless you spaced out, nigga, and you on Pluto, and you are detached from reality to let your child go out with a fucking grown ass man. You should be looking at him like, why would you want to take my child out with you? That right there, just the fact that you want to take her out. That nigga should have been busting the head with a bat. Nigga should pop that nigga with a pipe right in his fucking head, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Or poked his ass up or did some real medieval shit. Cause that's the type of shit that, deserves that type of reaction. Some real medieval shit. That's the defense. You ever seen in the wild how animals protect their children? They will maul the shit out of you, nigga. They will tear you into pieces. You understand what I'm saying? They would tear you into pieces for trying to get next to their children. And I don't know. I gave people wrenches, but if it's some motherfuckers in the chat room that's on some bullshit, just let me know. I already blocked that other clown. I don't know who's next. Let me look in the chat room, man, while I'm talking, man. Cause a lot of you niggas ain't gonna keep on flying. You niggas ain't gonna keep flying between our enemy lines and shit and not getting hit, nigga. But yeah, they're going to definitely deal with him in jail, brother. And the fact that he's going to definitely be in PC. He's definitely going to be in P. He's not going to no population, nigga. He not. Even though he can go to population, because there's some niggas in jail that if he get to talking and convincing them niggas that he's some type of messiah type figure, which some of them niggas will fall for. You know what I'm saying? I don't think the nigga is a real Crip. I think he's a fake ass Crip. I don't even think he's a real Crip. But however it go, in jail, there's gonna be a nigga who gonna do something to him. And I'm not saying like I don't know the nigga. I'm not saying that anybody I know, nobody I know. But it's gonna be somebody who we don't know who's gonna read his paperwork and who's gonna do something to him. I don't care if it's punch him in his motherfucking big ass nose. But trust and believe that that 7 years he got is gonna be hell. Cause it's already out there. People already know who he is. Soon as they see that nigga come on a tear, nigga, you might as well pack your bags and go to PC. Cause soon as you come on tear, it's over with. They probably gonna put that nigga in the prison where tree jumpers be at. And tree jumpers is niggas who be fucking touching underage um ladies, or I mean young girls, or pedophiles. You understand what I'm saying? They got whole tree jumper prisons where they only put, where a lot of these corporate and some of these real degenerate people who present themselves to you as some, civilized individuals, they up in there. They got whole prisons, whole wings where they got all motherfucking tree jumpers at. So they gonna send that nigga. That nigga gonna be in a tree jumper prison, and he gonna be on a tier. If it ain't gonna be Punk City or PC, he gonna be on a tier with all tree jumpers. I promise you. It's a high profile case. Smoke Signal, you right. Look, matter of fact, y'all want to come on and build on it? Come on, man. I'll drop the link, man, because I got some other shit out there. I'm not gonna make the whole build about no motherfucking Polight. Fuck that motherfucker. We got business. We got Aboriginal and Indian business to tend to. We ain't got time to be talking about. He's just another low life motherfucker who now I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Like I'm saying I am a little surprised that he would stoop that low, considering that he do have a daughter that's around that age, and this nigga do have access to other women. You got access to real women, and you touching a child. That's a motherfucking a predator, bro. You got access to real women, your wife. Like I'm just saying, look, niggas get tired of women. We know. You wake up, woman breath stinking, and all the different shit. We all know, right? But at the end of the day, you got access to real women, or you got access to women, and you chose up to try to go ahead and make an advancement to a underage woman, a teenager, bro. He not going on he not going on in population, Money Grip. That nigga is going on. He's going in PC, right? He's going in PC, or he's going to go to a prison. His lawyer probably cut a deal with them to send that nigga to a prison that's going to be all fucking tree jumpers, man. I'm telling you, I've heard these stories when I was down, and I'm not saying I was down for selling drugs. I ain't got no violence on my jacket, no gun charges. All I got is distributing, manufacturing, intent to sell, using a cell phone device, using an automobile for transporting. Hold on 1 second. Let me hold up. All right, you guys, I'm back. I'm back. Motherfucking back. But yeah, it's just a sad case right here, man. Just, you know what I'm saying? Like, even we looking at it like, Oh yeah, Polight going to jail, but at the end of the day, what about the young girl? You know what I'm saying? What about the fact that her mother is involved in that shit, nigga? By you allowing him to take, I don't know what the case was. It might have been that he was dropping her off somewhere. I didn't hear the whole story, but just the fact that you will allow a nigga to take your daughter out in a club, nigga? Are you out of your mind, nigga? I will beat you in the head with a bat, nigga. If you ever like to sit there and play around, nigga, we not doing that. We don't do that there, man. Hell no, nigga. You would, man. I don't even want to get all into it, man. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, let's be for real, bro. Let's be for real, bro. And that's the whole thing. You know, a lot of women and a lot of not just women, but just irresponsible parents have children, and they're not responsible enough to where they can keep their children out of harm's way. You know what I'm saying? Like to put your children in harm's way, and to put them in a situation like that where that's something that's going to affect her for the rest of her life. You understand what I'm saying? Like some fucking degenerate motherfucker, fucking African immigrant. I'm not saying I fuck with Africans. I'm just saying, motherfucker, we gotta call him where he came from. That's where I believe he from. Sick, deranged motherfucker, man. And I'm quite sure, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. I'm quite sure other people seen this degenerate behavior before it had a chance to rear its ugly head. You know what I'm saying? People, but what you going to say? What you going to do? Like, you know what I'm saying? You can see, I seen a motherfucker, the nigga got 3 wives, bro, right? After the nigga, real talk, right? I seen a video with Polight. After the nigga money and shit, or when he ran, I guess the Kim and her child, or however it go, whatever inventions he had with them fake ass books with no index in it, or no table of contents, or no sources, right? Got him some type of fame or got him some type of financial gain, right? I seen a nigga on a party bus one day humping on a white girl. And the way he was doing it, it looked like some real pervert type shit. Like some shit that a grown ass man wouldn't get caught on camera. Like, I don't know, like it just looked like some real degenerate shit, nigga. You got 3 wives, nigga, and you still running around here chasing motherfucking, like that shit just looked at real, like this nigga is a fucking predator or some type of shit, man. It just looked like a pervert. A pervert never has been a good word to call anybody. Any nigga who they didn't call a pervert, nigga always looked at that. They always was a frowned upon. Nigga, like that nigga's a pervert. Nigga, like what? Like stay away from that nigga. He's a pervert. You know what I'm saying? That nigga's a pervert, bro. That nigga was humping on some white girl in front of his wives and shit. Like, I'm sitting there looking at this shit like, nigga, come on, bro. Like, I don't even fuck with go-go bars. I don't even go to go-go bar. I don't even want to see no degenerate shit going no motherfucking go-go bar. A bunch of bitches shaking their asses, twerking and shit. Like, niggas sitting up there just throwing money at them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, I save my money for something totally different, bro. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I don't even want to go in there and look at none of that shit. Go in there and you sitting up and lusting over some chick, shaking her ass, and you sitting up in there getting some type of thrills and shit. Like, nah, nigga. Like, nah, that's some perverts. That's some pervert shit too, right? Is that real talk? Let's be for real. And they got 3, look. Lodge Bogey, right? He's saying, honestly, 3 wives is enough buns for me, nigga. After you done that, but remember, remember, even the sexual confines of reality, right? It can be stretched and it can be manipulated into where once you, like, it's like drinking, right? You drink for a while, you get used to a certain drink. That shit don't no longer get you there like that. Or I'm just saying, for example, I could say alcohol or even working out. Once you get to a certain point You know, like I don't even get sore no more. I go to the gym and do a workout that somebody might not be able to go to the gym in another week, a week or so. I can go in the gym and work out, and I don't even be sore. Like I have to over exhaust my muscles for me to be sore. So that's like the same thing with sex. You got 3 wives, nigga. You getting sex on a regular basis. You getting sex every hour, every minute of the hour if you choose to do that. So how would it get to the point to where you humping on some? I seen a nigga on a party bus, like doing some pervert shit, and that shit just looked weird coming from him. Like, nigga, you supposed to be conscious, nigga. You doing some shit like that? Oh nah, B. Nah, I'm gonna be looking out for you. I'm gonna be watching you from this point on. You understand? I'm gonna be watching. You talking about leave the kids alone? There's supposed to be a motherfucking hit squad, nigga. A nigga that throw you in the trunk, nigga, with some rats. Nigga throw you in the trunk with some tarantulas and some rats in it, nigga. Right? Throw the nigga in the trunk with like throw the nigga in the trunk with some raccoons with rabies, nigga. Like, come on, bro. What are we doing here? First Eye Beast, what's up, brother? What you got for the God?
Yo, peace to the God, bro. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed, bro. What's the word?
Hey, nah, brother, just wanted to give you a shout out, bro. And I just wanted to just add something to what you were saying, bro, as far as this whole Polight fiasco, man. It's like, this dude is, I mean, but I seen it a long time ago, and it's just seemed like it's one of them things, brother A1, that it's unfortunate that it took this long for, people to figure this shit out though, bro. But I seen it a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, that dude is just a straight up clown, man. And how he conducted that interview he did with, that brother who said he was molested by, Dr. York, man. Anybody could have seen it then, man. And those was a few years ago, as well, man. It's that guy's just sick, man. And
I tell you like this though. Like and you probably gonna bug out when I say this, right? Hold up. I'm gonna show y'all some funny ass shit in a minute. You niggas are gonna be laughing like a motherfucker, right? But with Polight, I mean, I'm sorry, not Polight, with Dr. York, I'm kind of like I'm in the gray area with that whole situation with him. I'm in the gray area because you had people that came out and saying that that shit was orchestrated. And once I hear that was orchestrated, and they saying certain individuals like the government had them orchestrate some shit. Now I'm like, all right, well, I'm in the middle with this shit.
well, I mean,
Because if
A1, I'm
there's
gonna be
enough
honest.
victims, because if there's one victim is more than enough to where a person like that, and the fact that they got Dr. York in the super max, they got him
Right,
underground, nigga, with Larry Hoover and the
right.
Zodiac Killer, all these motherfuckers, man, like fucking
Oh,
Arkham Asylum, nigga. They got him, like I just told you. I've been to prison before. I've heard stories about they got whole prisons for tree jumpers, bro.
right.
Now, why Dr. York ain't in one of them prisons? Why is he underground in
Hey,
a super max?
yeah, man. I mean, listen, bro. I was down there when when all that stuff was even taking place, though. So, like I was telling Top Cat earlier, you know, in his live, man, I was saying, like, bro, I was down there, man, and I got firsthand account because, I had went to, you know, the land or Eatonton a couple of times, probably 3 or 4 times, and man, already it always felt like a cult type of feel. So that's why I never really got involved. But I did read the
But
literature.
it always going
And,
to feel, it's going to, listen, I'm not saying like, I'm just saying like this respectfully. And I'm not trying to like, you know what I'm saying? Like I've done some research on that Dr. York shit. And anytime something gets sketchy and I start sensing foul play, like the government wanted to really take him down,
Yeah.
like that's what I got out of it. That was my
I,
intuition was telling me that the government
that
wanted to take him down.
that was mine's at first. That was mine's at first,
But what they
brother
do
A1.
is they use
He,
just like they did Bill Cosby, right? And I'm not
yeah,
saying just like Bill Cosby ain't raped none of them women.
I
None of them
I
women.
agree. I
None of
agree.
them women. They put 60 women on Time magazine and said that Bill Cosby raped them women, and 5 and 6, no, I believe it was 7 of them. They all came out and said, oh, well, yeah, we was in a club back in 1969, and Bill, he touched my shoulder wrong. Oh, Bill grabbed my
Yeah.
hand. I felt funny. Like, what? So you niggas like, nah, hell no. Once I start seeing that shit corrupts the whole story. For
Yeah,
me,
yeah,
that's how I look at it. It corrupts
yeah, but
everything. I don't
A1,
look at it the same. Go ahead.
but A1, I'm not sure if I'm ready to go out on a limb and say he didn't do one of
I
them, bro.
can't prove it. They
Yeah,
retracted their statement.
I get
The
it. I
women who
get it.
said that the women that
I get it.
said that he did it retracted
Yeah,
their
yeah, that
statement and
came
said Jacob York.
right,
They said
right.
Jacob York was the one that was behind all that shit, and he told on his father. So I'm like, what?
I
Oh no, I
yeah,
can't. I can't do. I can't. I don't know. I don't right now. I'm not a real private eye. I don't
yeah,
have
nah,
access to the.
but
Go ahead.
let me be honest, like I a lot of the paperwork is in circulation, bro, and there's a few things, man. Like I said, when it first came out, A1, man, I was in Atlanta, and like I said, I'm familiar with the area, bro. It's like I was
Why is he in the
definitely on that.
Supermax? Why is he in the
Well,
Supermax
that's
with?
that could be
What?
numerous. That could be numerous things. That
Nah,
could
it
be
could
that
nah.
could be nah. That could be
Go
a
ahead.
statement as saying like, "Yo, we're gonna show the next motherfucker who claiming he Jesus or Isa,
Okay, well
Imam Isa
that's
or
a whole
whatever."
nother story then.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's
I'm
that's how
just
they play
keeping
that
it real.
game
I
though.
ain't no.
That's how
Listen,
they play that
I
game.
never
You
was
you
no
say
new
you
Wabian.
Jesus,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
but
never was no new Wabian. I like when I first came into this conscious shit, a white boy, not a it wasn't even it was a Middle Eastern nigga. We was on the dorm when I was clipped off, and he used to have all these books. Behold a
right,
Pale White Horse, books by
right,
Dr. York, and this nigga used to be
right.
running this shit down to me. And I was like, man, at first I was like, man, why the fuck is the nigga talking this bullshit? I used to be telling my man, like, man, come on, here go your man again. Here he come. I don't want to hear that shit. But then it started growing on me. That shit started to do something to me, and I was like, man, come on, bro, what's up? You ain't got no bill, like, he got no bill for the
Yeah.
night. But he had a bunch of Dr. York books. He had this shit stashed, nigga. He had the stash be them books he had. Them books he
Yeah,
couldn't just leave them shits out in the open, nigga. We had them
yeah.
shit stashed, nigga.
But
Like,
see, but a
go
lot
ahead.
of his stuff, A1, I don't mean to cut your wisdom, brother, but here's the thing with York, though, man. A lot of his information, man, is Zachariah Sitchin, though. You know what I'm saying?
Don't matter.
Lot,
Don't
yeah,
matter
but
who.
see,
It don't
but
matter who information it is. All it matters is if we going back retrieving. A lot of my information come from a lot of numerous and eclectic
but
amount of sources. That's Europeans. That's some Negroes, etc. The ethnicities vary when it comes to the research that I do. I'm looking for the
I'm
truth. So when it,
absolutely,
you know what I'm saying, but yeah, but just all right, just to get off of the Dr. York shit, get back to the Polight shit.
yeah,
I seen Polight that he was a degenerate because I told you he was pumping on that white girl butt on
right.
that bus, and that shit just looked it weird to me. Like I'm like, wait a minute, this is a nigga that was with Sabi. This is
Did you
lust,
see?
like go ahead,
Did you see the
go ahead.
pictures where the white girl had him in a headlock out there in L.A.?
Yeah, I ain't that. I'm talking about that wasn't when I seen him rubbing elbows with them. I know that was business. And just because you
Okay.
deal
Yeah,
with
yeah,
Europeans,
yeah. But
I deal with
A1,
Europeans. I deal
under
with Slavics all day long, bro.
hey, I,
Russians,
I work with I work
Slovakians.
with white people as well, but under
Yeah.
no circumstances is any white person going to put me in a headlock, bro?
Nah, I didn't play with white girls
I'm,
like that. I'm not caping for him. I'm telling you, I played with coworkers like that, man, where we was cool. Like, I'm dead ass serious. I keep it a buck, nigga.
But I'm saying
This motherfucking
not,
bitch look like a Barbie doll playing
man,
with the guard.
16 years old, A1. I'm not in my 30s, and a white woman is putting me in a headlock.
I'm not.
Bro.
And look, and I'm telling you,
High school,
I'm not.
bro.
Listen,
I get it.
yeah, I'm not with none of that shit, bro. Like I said, I keep it a buck. Most of my co-workers was Filipinos, and you know what I'm saying, and we played like that or whatever. But not to the point where bitch trying to choke me, like really choking me, and I'm like, yo, get off me, like you know what I'm saying, like, yo, stop playing or some shit like that. Like, nah, money grip, you can't do that, dude. But yeah, as far as Polight though, he's done. Sayonara, another one bites the dust. Hopefully that young girl would get some type of therapy, you know what I'm saying, to where she can, where she can live a normal life and that shit won't affect her, affect who she is, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, we gotta look at the mothers, man. Shout out to rest in peace to Kevin Samuels, man. One of the guards that came back and taught men how to be men, right?
Right.
He, like, a lot of these conversations, I would love to hear his commentary on it and what he had to say. A lot of shit, even the shit getting hit in the head with the brick. I would love to hear what Kevin Samuels had to say, man. You know what I'm saying? I know motherfuckers, people be mad as hell, but fuck that. We need a Kevin Samuels, right? But check this out, right? I got a movie for y'all real quick. Let's get to this movie real quick, and I'll be right back.
That's what's up.
My ear hurting.
So that's what that nigga was doing before he came into the conscious community. And that's what I'm saying. Like, his shit has always been some under investigation with everything that Polight has done. Everything. From the time I seen him come in there and knowing that he was doing this type of shit and then going on there wearing the dashikis and shit, doing the play, running the play on niggas. And this nigga got some shit with the Prince Hall Freemason shit. He got some shit. Look, let me see if I can find it real quick.
That pic been around,
You know what I'm saying? He got some shit with the Freemasons on. How you getting to rub elbows with them? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, come on, bro. I was born on a day just wasn't yesterday, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Shit. Look at this shit right here, right? So this nigga been faking moves from day one. Look. And he got a Shriner Fez on. He got some shit that's taped to strapped to the side. That's the tassels don't fly freely, only at the bottom, right? The lower part, right? Which that's a Masonic symbol that the top of the fed, the top of the tassels on the fed supposed to flow freely 360 degrees. You understand what I'm saying? There's 360 tassels within that. There's 360 tassels. I forgot exactly what the whole thing is called, but the tassels are the loose strings, right? That's supposed to go 360. This nigga got a Prince Hall Shriner fez on. That's basically this is of the white supremacists. This is all the Romans and Christianity and all that shit combined with these organizations right here, bro. You understand what I'm saying? So for him to be part of this organization, they tell you this nigga got a real fez on. He's a Mason. He got the gloves on.
Yeah, he's probably a lot of things though. You know what I'm saying? So,
No, I'm
that's what
just saying,
these
but
guys
just
do
that
though.
in
Right.
particular. No. But just we know he's a lot of things. But this is something that you have to really say, all right, well, boom. Like we know, a lot of individuals have, Pan-African history. But when you
Right.
start seeing that this type of shit going on, that this nigga got a motherfucking a Shriner, he got a Shriner fez on, nigga. Part of a secret society organization, brother. I told you, look, I'm gonna give you a story real quick, right? One day I was taking my daughter to school, and the Shriners was at her school. So all of the little boys, they put like together a line and like a handshaking line, or like a hand clap. You know how motherfuckers like when you going through the football, when you doing when you being announced at a football game and you run out. They was doing all that with the kids. So there's a bunch of Shriners, probably 12 on one side, 12 on the other, and the kids was running through and they was clapping their hands and everything, right? So I asked one of the Masons. I was talking to one of them, right? On the side though. It wasn't like in front of everybody. It's like on the side when I came back out, right? No, when I went in, when I was going into school. 'Cause I used to take my daughter to school and just I sit there with her for a while until her teacher come, just to sit there or whatever, just talk to her or whatever. But however it go, when I went in, I talked to her. I'm like, yo, you got a Shriner fez on. I said, well, what's that about? Now, like I said, I got two fezzes. I got a black fez and I got a burgundy or maroon or what you call maroon fez, right? And I don't have no Shriner shit on it. I don't have none of that. My 360 tassels flow freely against 360 degrees, which is 720 degrees of knowledge. So, I know I could be an asshole sometime, but primarily I'm a noble. I'm a noble. You know what I'm saying?
Stop right there. Stop right there, Jay. What he just said is also GD, 360 degrees to 720 degrees of knowledge.
That's what a lot of people get wrong when they talk. They don't know about the feds. They only know what they heard. Look. They only know what they heard. Somebody that heard somebody. Now, my feds ain't nothing like this shit he got on. It's the same. It's the same symbology of it, but it ain't. I don't have. I don't have no. If I could tell my information, and it ain't off of my head. But check it out. Let me just tell you the story real quick. So boom. So I was talking to the Shrine. I said something to him about me being a Moor. Because at that point in time, I was kind of like, I was doing what I was doing here, but I was still, tapping into the Moors, right? So this nigga, right? I comes back out her school. Now my car was parked on the side, so from my car to where the steps at, it has to be like over 200 feet, right? So I go back, I walk to my car, boom. I seen him when I came back out. Yo, I get jumps in the car, right? Why when I jumped in the car, a nigga tapped on my window. And tapped on my window. He was like, yeah, man, I ain't know nothing about, what you were saying until I became a Shriner, or you know what I'm saying? And he's like, I wish I would have never became a Shriner because it's a lot of stuff that I know that I want to tell my people that I can't even tell them. So he was like, bro, like you have the opportunity to do that. So, you know what I'm saying? Definitely enlighten the people. This is coming from a fucking Shriner, brother. Like I said, I just dropped my daughter off. I'm in the car about to pull off. This nigga taps on my window and took his fez off and was talking to me. He told me he knew about they teach them niggas in there that we Indians, bro. He told me this shit. That's why I don't look at none of this shit the same, man. People be reading shit. I don't look. I know. Once I find out that dealing with us, that they don't want us to know who the fuck we are, they lying about it. I said, oh man, this shit is kind of it's spooky at the same time. But guess what? I'd rather be part of it than I would not be a part of it. But this motherfucker right here, who's part of this secret society right there, me and him had probably about a 5-minute talk. In 5 minutes, he validated shit that I already knew about that whole shit. Because I already been enlightened about it. He just confirmed everything that I've been wanting to ask one of them niggas, and that was the perfect opportunity for me to even say anything to him, but I didn't know it was going to lead to the conversation that we had. Nasachi.
What's up?
No, what you was going to say, brother? I mean, I just want to, I'm a little long with it, but I want to add that to it.
Nah, what I was saying was when you was talking about the Towson, the 360 degrees and all that, I was just saying that's basically some Larry Hoover teaching his organization.
Hold up. Who?
Larry Hoover.
Okay, now stay there. Now see what the reason, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. And I know what's my man that be talking all the time? Talking about the Indian shit. He be talking about the Anunnaki and all that shit. What's my man?
Hayes, Rod Hayes.
Rod Hayes, right? Now check this out. Only way Larry Hoover would know that if he had the teachings of more science, bro. Now, who the other nigga that they locked up who said he was an actual Moor who was running around with affairs? That's Fort.
That's Fort. L. Root.
From what I know.
Go ahead, brother.
Listen. You know. From what I know about the Moorish paradigm and GD, yeah, that's a fact.
Bro, I was telling AP. Well, I think I was telling Taka. Me and Taka was talking about this. I was telling him that the Crips and the Bloods came from the Moorish Science Temple. The same thing with the Latin Kings. I had a Latin King tell me this. And I'm like, yo, he knew more shit than most of the Bloods that I've ever talked to or most of the Crips I ever talked to. And I'm not saying, I know a lot of brothers who got a lot of knowledge, right? Hold on for a second. Matter of fact, that's my daughter. I'm going to call her back. He was breaking this shit down, and it was just a regular conversation. It was a conversation. I heard him say something that was familiar to me. And I'm like, yo, where you get that from? He said, that's part of our lessons. He said part of our lessons. Like a lot of the Tainos, they know they from America. They don't believe that African shit. But the Larry Hoover thing, Jeff Fort, Larry Hoover, right? Them niggas had the science of the gods. And they
guess what the members called him? Guess what the members called Larry Hoover, though?
What?
Chief.
Mm-hmm. And what did they call Jeff Fort? Chief Malik.
Yup.
Yo, and this nigga at the table talking to cops, telling them it ain't gonna be no killing in my neighborhood. It ain't gonna be no killing in my neighborhood, or it's gonna be, or we gonna have to. It's gonna be the same. This is what this nigga telling him, and I'm not saying. I'm just looking at it from what he was saying. I know what they accused him of, saying that them niggas was trying to blow something up allegedly or whatever. I'm not saying. I know goddamn well them niggas, like in my opinion, that they wasn't thinking that was just a way for them to lock him up, because they already inserted agents into an organization that was selling drugs. Them niggas wasn't selling drugs.
Man, from my research, the damn rocket launcher didn't even work anyway.
Brother, it wasn't probably no rocket launcher to begin with. You understand what I'm saying? That's a story that they used to lock him up. Why? He didn't have no reason to do no shit like that. That's propaganda. These people create stories and make you be accountable through their kangaroo courts. You'll be sitting up there pleading the truth, telling the truth, but their courts is the ones that have to determine, have the final say so when it comes to certain situations, bro. And I've sat there and I've listened to this shit, and I've sat there and I listen to all them brothers. I don't really get all into it, but I listen to all of that shit, bro. All of that shit. And like I said, Chicago is heavily enrooted with Aboriginal culture and Aboriginal information, brother. Chicago is heavily. They wanted Chicago for something because Chicago is in the middle of all of them 5 different lakes, and right there in the mix. Chicago is right there in the mix. That's why the Rothschilds, you go look up Rothschilds all throughout Chicago. Them the Jewish mafia. Them was the ones that employed the Italian mafia. So when you talk about Chicago and all this other shit that's going on, because Al Capone wasn't cutting in the Jews, that's the reason why they got them locked up. So that shit go back deep when you really go into it. So speaking up to the discrimination on our own land by these Slavics, you start getting certain organizations that's out here to really protect. Now that go to show you right there. All of these organizations where Negroes try to rise, or not trying to rise, but just try to protect their people, they always inserted some type of agent and destroyed them organizations and locked them organizations up. Let's keep it a buck. The Panthers, everything. That's why I'm not nobody leader. I'm the leader of my children. This information, nigga, they want to bump me off because of this information. Guess what? It's too many people who already know it. So I'm just one of many. And like I said, I'm always held honorable when I deal with any of these bureaucracies or these corporate entities or these United States corporation. I'm always honorable with them. And they have no problem with saying, yeah, yes, Mr. L. Or you want, oh, yes, Mr. L, no problem. We can give you that. No problem. No problem. We'll carry it. Come on, bro. Like I said, at the end of the day, you got to know how to be the God. But this nigga Polight was a Mason a long time ago before he came into the community. You know what I'm saying? He was talking fuck shit. And nobody should be surprised by what he did. Like I said, when I seen him pumping on that white girl and that shit was just looking weird, and I just was like, yo, man, like,
man, I'm glad you brought that up. I was just finna bring it back.
Did you ever see that, Chelsea? You seen that before?
Listen. Nah, but I heard you say it right. That's what I got on to say. You just made me remember. You got to have a certain moral compass for when you see something like that for it to be like, oh, that ain't right. See, when you a degenerate and you see somebody do some degenerate shit, it don't bother you. You get what I'm saying? Your alarms don't go off.
That's like real talk. Let's be for real. You see niggas, like I said, I've been in go-go bars before. I done been in a go-go bar probably about 25 years, right? But when I still remember how the shit is, right? You see a nigga in the corner doing some degenerate shit. A nigga like, yo, man, you see that nigga? Like, you know, you looking around, you drinking, laughing, chilling, and you just look around, what the fuck? Nigga, like real talk. And you already know, once you see that nigga right there, that nigga already got a permanent stain in your brain. You got a permanent stain in your brain for him. Cause you like, that nigga's a freak ass nigga right there. That nigga's a pervert. I don't fuck with no perverts, nigga. Like I said, nigga be in a go-go bar, women be shaking their breasts in front, nigga be sticking their head, doing all this freak shit. You be like, man, that nigga's a pervert, man. like that nigga, he too open, bro. Like, nigga over there, they on a party bus, bro. Full of people. Listen, full of people. Music playing, and all you see Polight back there with a white suit on looking stupid. Then where the fuck you get that suit from? That shit look corny as hell. But he back there pumping. He back there pumping on like he pumping on her like some type of pervert. I'm looking at this shit like, man, this nigga.
Yeah, man, he's weird, man.
Yes.
Not only do he look like a fucking clown, he look like a pervert.
Bro, yo, hey, come on, man. Let's stop playing. Like, listen. Niggas know what a pervert is. Niggas don't really be rubbing elbows with real perverted individuals. I seen that nigga pumping on that white girl like he ain't never had sex in his life. Like, yo, what the fuck? Nigga, you just was talking about the Anunnaki and how to fast and what key limes do for the body and get alkaline tests to see how alkaline your urine is. I'm like, yo, you went from that to you pumping on this white girl like you never had sex before? Like, nah, B. I'm like, yo, Sonetta, man, you promoted this motherfucking degenerate, bro. And this nigga was faking like he was a Crip. The nigga was straight like he wasn't no Crip. I went to look when words but no, go ahead.
Nah, bro. But A1, the nigga said his name was like Cavity or something because he shot a nigga in his face. And
That nigga
he left a hole in the
lying.
face.
That nigga wasn't no
bro.
Crip, brother. He's a liar.
This is the extent, bro. I guess he wanted to give off for his street cred, man. And that's when I was like,
you can be what you want to be on the internet.
You're right, bro.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. And see, look, so boom, I've been to a couple of lectures with Polight there. His bodyguards were some niggas from Trenton, New Jersey, right? So boom, I knew one of them. This was when I was smoking weed. We was out like after like we had the intermission, and this was actually the Evolution conference. Boom. So we outside. Me and my boys, we go around the corner, you know what I'm saying, get some refreshments, and we just chilling or whatever, smoking, chilling, whatever, right? So his bodyguards, the niggas who was his security, came outside. Boom. So I'm talking to my man, like, yo, I dabbed him up, like, what's up? You know what I'm saying? I know him from, from institutions and shit, right? And I asked him, I was like, yo, your man Polight a Crip? He was like, hell no, that nigga ain't no Crip. He said, we out here, we affiliated. He said that nigga ain't nothing. He said that nigga, words one. This is exactly what he said. He said that nigga ain't nothing. That nigga say that shit because the homies allow him to say it. You know what I'm saying? That shit right there was just a scare tactic or whatever. Like I said, it's too many nigga Mason, a Crip.
Hey man, I'm from the street. Hold on, A1. You can't slide past that. I'm from the streets.
Yeah, go ahead.
The homies, I done lived that gang life. I ain't in it no more, but I done it. The homies allow him to say that mean extortion.
That's a fact. That's a physac. That's a whole physac, nigga. We already know what type of game. And that's the same thing with niggas who don't get 031 or whatever the Crip. I know the Crip shit is like 2 minutes or some shit or whatever. For the niggas who don't get 031 this shit, who don't fight nobody. You know what I'm saying? They got a lifetime of being extorted. Lifetime. But anyway, that nigga right there been an old time degenerate. And like I said, I've seen it. I've seen his inception of how he started. Mic check. Y'all can still hear me?
Yo, you good on my end, bro.
Okay. So yeah, man, at the end of the day, man. But I just wanted to just touch on that from my time of observing this degenerate bastard and some of the degenerate behavior that I've seen over the years. That I was just like,
I just gathered that this pedophile was getting extorted. Nah, he was scamming people to pay the Crips.
Yeah. And he run around here saying that he was a Crip just so he could have niggas in the conscious community shook. Like, oh, this nigga Crip too? And he's a lecturer? Oh, right. Man. I pulled nigga car because like I told you, I knew my man. My man, when he slid by, I pulled the nigga to the side. I'm like, let me ask you a question, bro. Is Polight a Crip? Because I know that the niggas I was talking to was Bloods from Trenton. And they was like, hell no, that nigga ain't no Crip. He know a couple Crip homies or whatever, but he a Crip and his security team was Bloods. How about that? And them niggas like, that nigga ain't no fucking Crip. That nigga a civilian. That nigga's a lecturer. That's what my man said. My man was like, that nigga's a lecturer and shit, man. I'm like, yo, how much that nigga paying y'all? He was like, man, he paying us all $100 a night. I'm like, all right, okay, that's what's up. So my man, he was like, you know, and nigga gave me willing information. I ain't had to, like, you know what I'm saying? I already seen that I can get it out of him by how he dabbed me up and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, we was sitting there smoking. I wasn't gonna shake the nigga hand. Nigga like, yo, what's up? What's up, big man? I'm like, oh shit, what's good? What's good, my dude? Shook his hand, boom, boom, boom. So I'm like, yo, let me ask you a question, man. You know what I'm saying? Just walk with him a couple steps. That nigga gave me everything. I'm like, this nigga's a fraud, bro. That's why he running around here with this motherfucker. That's why I'm not surprised that he would even do. After I seen that, when I seen that nigga pump on that grown lady, like he was some type of pervert, I was like, nah, B, this nigga ain't. This nigga ain't conscious, bro. He ain't conscious, and he told Red Pill, Blue Pill that he still had certain dreams and fantasies that he wanted to enact.
Man, that nigga posted on his Instagram. He beat all the charges, nigga. It's on there right now.
Bro, my dude. He gonna get. I mean, look, I don't know what may happen to him. Hold on, where that happened at in Florida, right?
Yeah, I think it was in Florida. And he got 7 years and 10 years probation. So how is he talking about he beat the charges?
Yeah, I'm in Florida. There's a lot of motherfucking pedophiles down there, brother. A lot of I mean, not pedophiles, but niggas who like underage women. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Real talk. You already know they bringing them in from different countries, Cuba and all that type of shit. So this nigga said one day on the podcast, he was like, yeah, I got certain fantasies and shit that I want to live out. I didn't know what it was. I'm thinking that he talking about money and shit. Like, but that once I heard that, I'm like, nah, this nigga's a snake, fam. This nigga ain't dealing with no knowledge. Cause if you wouldn't even want to go backwards if you going forwards. Once you get enlightened, you can live a certain lifestyle, but you don't want to go too far with it. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, you can have a nice car, a nice house, but you don't want to engage in them activities with them fucking psychopaths. Cause some of them Europeans, they be doing some weird shit, bro. I'm telling you. I was a look, when I was a I'm sorry, when I was a personal chef, I was rubbing elbows with some Europeans, man, and they were straight vegan vegetarians. And you know, every now and then, you know, I bait the husband, I don't want to say his name or whatever. I bait that nigga into a conversation. That nigga start telling me everything. Nigga start be having sex with goats. I swear to God, bro.
Oh yeah, yeah,
The nigga
definitely,
told
man.
me it was athletes in there who be having sex with goats. He said there's different floors for all different type. Man, I was like, I don't want to hear no more of that shit, bro. And after that, I came there strapped, bro, because I ain't trust that nigga. Like, I swear to God, I went to work when I went to work, because I went and cooked for him. I worked for about 8 hours and I cooked. I did like a whole week's worth of prep for him. So I come back that next week and go to Whole Foods or whatever. And then I prep it and it'd be the same thing. Man, I ain't never, once that nigga was telling me, that nigga had a look in his eye. He had a look in his eye like he was one of them pervert freak motherfuckers. Like, you know what I'm saying? And when I know that look, I'm like, this nigga ain't right. This nigga ain't dealing. He ain't dealing with the with the higher self. Like he dealing with the higher self on certain levels, but they got these certain fetish that they, you know what I'm saying, that they want to do secretly. And he got a wife. His wife his wife was a nice, beautiful woman. Nice woman. She was cool with me always. Me and her used to be talking about nutrition and different things all that time. But I told you, this nigga slide up in there. This nigga was talking about some shit. Like I said, you know, them niggas slide, they be going to them parties where they be having a whole building, nigga. You see a nigga like, I'm not saying Shaq, but he has said, I done seen motherfuckers in there that's like 6'9", 6'8", with the goat mask on, running like word, all types of shit, bro. And I was like, damn. I was like, I would never expect that nigga to tell me no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But they all them niggas who be rubbing elbows with that money. Polight was rubbing elbows with some Jews and some other individuals, brother. No telling what type of shit they done took that nigga to, bro.
Man, that's that eyes wide shut shit, man.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You know? Yeah,
exactly.
That's that real deal shit, bro. That's what they do.
Exactly.
And you know, man, what I wanted to say too though, A1 man, I think like you know, the term pseudo, man, you know, I think it gets like overused, oversaturated, and I also think it get misapplied, man, in a lot of areas because you know we listen to these people, man, you know, try to force us into thinking, you know, from you know if it's not coming out of the quote unquote the universities, or if the universities or the colleges haven't, you know, put their stamp of approval on it, then you know it's quote unquote is pseudo. And I'm saying, man, you know, a lot of information is not going to get printed because it goes against the establishment, man. And so it also gets labeled as pseudo. And I think it plays on the intelligence on a lot of our people because, you know, they make it seem as if we're not intelligent enough to have, you know, a sense of discernment where we know the bullshit from, you know what I'm saying, the real deal. And listen, a lot of us, yeah, you know, like the old saying go, man, there's a sucker born every day. So listen,
Yep.
bro, it's not about, you know what I'm saying, everybody is not going to catch that same train that you getting on, bro. You just have to worry about you and your people and your
Nigga, I'm
luggage or
worried about
whatever,
it.
bro.
But just for the day that
Yeah,
Polight, that this situation happened, just to bring attention on people you see that have these degenerate characteristics, man. You know what I'm
right.
saying? Like real talk. Like I don't like it, you know, certain things, even with the women on YouTube or whatever. Like, you know, most women know I'll be respectful. Like, yeah, sometimes I gotta kind of like, you know, go back and forth or just like try to, you know, try to express the point that's being expressed. But I don't be disrespecting nobody, like no women or doing no lewd type of shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Any of that type of shit, like, you know, um like, you know, over the years, I've got emails, I've, you know, got people attention or whatever, and I try to keep it 100. I try to keep it to the information, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. You know what I'm saying? I don't try to get up close and personal with anybody or whatever. I just try to keep it to the information and help people get on their way and get on their journey for them understanding of who we are and what direction you should try to go to access, you know, the certain, I ain't gonna say universal benefits, being that you are in the Tanchan. And the universal benefits would be that you're on your land, and the fact that you have all these other people that want to come to your land. So that right there, nigga, you should come outside every day with a crown on, or every day with a feather crown on. You know what I'm saying? Because that is really what you are if you understood who you was. And the fact that these people trying to clear their karma and their conscience, and they already in set certain avenues and certain like, you know, certain like everything is a fucking go. Green lights, 10 green lights ahead, nigga. All of them green lights. If you know how to really address it and how to really go about it. You don't have to be part of no fucking tribe. If you want to be part of a tribe, that's kudos, because now it's more than one. But you don't have to be part of that. As an individual, you know what I'm saying? We done been psychologically affected, man. You know what I'm saying? Just with all this shit. That's just the fact that I should even know who the Polight is, because the motherfucking government told me I was from Africa and I was dibbing and dabbing in Pan-African studies, and I found the nigga like Polight. I'm traumatized. I'm dead ass serious, bro. I'm traumatized, nigga. I couldn't get right to what my people told us, who we are.
Yeah. And you gotta laugh to keep from crying though, bro.
I'm laughing. Ha 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 ha. But at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, all this traumatic shit, Roots. Oh my God, bro. Like Roots did a number to niggas. These so-called, and you got certain people, I ain't trying to toot my horn, but I've been down a rabbit hole. I came back up the rabbit hole to go to the store to get some munchies to go back down into the rabbit hole, nigga. So, like, when you say study the world and come back and study yourself, nigga, that's why I know about holistic and naturopathic health. Because study the world and see the individuals that's running the world and see if these people are nobles. You find out these people are blood drinking, devil worshiping, baby eating motherfuckers. And once you find that shit out, you're like, whoa. You doing it like that? Oh, hell no. Like, I mean, real talk.
Oh, yeah.
Like, nigga, I didn't listen to Ted Grotherson and all the man.
All of them.
All the man, listen.
Yeah, they're called pseudo, Joy Maxwell, nobody likes Joy Maxwell. You can't deny what Joy Maxwell put out. You can say all you want to. Well, maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But at the end of the day, though, bro, Joy Maxwell was right 80% of the time, though, bro. I don't give a damn what nobody says. And I know he's, persona non grata, in the conscious community.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, real talk. But look, it's not just see, philosophies is something that you could take and you could take a mental note of, and if it applies, then you add it to where the direction you going. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of this shit applies. The straw man argument, right? I couldn't get away from this conscious shit no matter what I wanted to do. No matter what I wanted, bro, I could not get away from it. I tried to go to school. My teacher was a motherfucking fanatic when it came to this conspiracy theories and all this type of shit. And she was a very intelligent woman. And she was one of the first people I know that was entirely full vegan and used to go to the stream. Like, she used to go all the way up to state New York and get water from the tap, nigga, that come out the ground, out the mountains, nigga, and fill them shits up in canisters, bro, and carry them shits back to her car and do the same shit every week. I done seen her make fruit roll-ups out of real actual fruit. You know what I'm saying? But she, man, like, word up, bro. I'm talking about in class, nigga. I seen Zeitgeist in the classroom. I seen Zeitgeist. And she had a bunch of other conspiracy documentaries and shit. You ever seen, what the fuck was the name of that movie? It was about food too. I can't think of the name of it. I can't think of the name of it right now. But she had a bunch of documentaries. Zeitgeist, man, that shit blew my mind, nigga. I'm in there with a Yankee hat on. I'm in there trying to just do this shit, like, just just to get more money or just to get a better career, right? She blew my mind with that shit, bro. That shit was like poof. Once I seen that shit, like this is what these people really doing out here, nigga. I can't ignore this.
Did you ever come across a documentary, or it came out in the movies back in the day, but it's called What the Bleep Do We Know?
I mean, that shit right there, probably some heavyweight shit. I tell you one thing, I seen this shit on YouTube called You Want Your Mind Blown? And it's like a 4-hour video and just running all this shit down from the Catholics and Roman and all this shit from the Rothschilds, all just running all this shit down, bro.
Right.
All of it. It's called You Want Your Mind Blown. I haven't seen the shit. I seen that shit probably about 8-9 years ago. But that shit right there was just giving me intel on all the shit that these people be doing. You know what I'm saying? So once you really understand the world for as they show it, they could never hide nobody. They could never hide a Biden to me. They could never hide a Kamala Harris. They could never hide none of these politicians. I already know they demons.
And then, like y'all say, bro, all the time, man, it's like, it's the bloodline, man. Yo, these people, they stay true to that bloodline, man. Yeah, man. They're mixed or whatever, but at the end
All
of the
this
day,
shit,
man.
the Alex Jones and man, when
Yeah.
I sing, I'm gonna tell you like this, brother, real talk. 9/11 fucked me up. Cause when I was out there in that lifestyle or whatever, like where I was living at, when I come down the hill, I could see New York. Like I can see New York good. I'm in Jersey. I'm across the Hudson. So I can see New York. Like coming down the hill, when I'm coming down the hill, I can see New York vividly because of the skyline. I seen that shit burning. I was like, oh shit. So where I used to do my thing at, it used to be a fire department on my block. And I talked to one of the firemen. He was like, yo, a plane just went through it, right? So we out there talking. The firemen used to fuck with the niggas who used to be hustling. I'm talking about, they used to be out there chilling with us. You know what I'm saying? So I'm talking to the nigga. I'm talking to the fireman. He like, yo, another plane just. I'm like, nah, that shit ain't no accident, brother. That shit is something intentionally right there, bro. Ain't no two planes gonna fly into two buildings simultaneously at the same time, nigga. What kind of odds are that?
Yeah, bro. I mean, hey,
And then
listen,
once
man.
but
Oh, I'm
see the
sorry.
thing of
I'm
it
sorry,
is,
bro.
no, I just want to say this, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then when you start really researching it and you start hearing other people's perspectives, that shit start getting scary because of the fact that you got people jumping out of windows, bro. You got people actually dying in this shit. And I done been in the World Trade Center for probably about more than 100 times, bro. One of my financiers, when I was going to Charles Schwab, when I used to invest in stocks, one of my what's the name was in there, right? So when you come outside the World Trade Center and look up, you can't even see the top of the building, nigga. The clouds is you can't see past the 70th floor. That's how high that shit is, and the clouds is covering the top of it, bro. And I used to come outside, I'm like, damn, like, cause I'm scared of heights. I don't want to fuck with no heights. But I've been to the restaurant windows of the world in the World Trade Center. Um, I've been up probably like the 90th, man. That shit, man. What? The same thing like with the Statue of Liberty. No, not the Statue of Liberty. The Empire State Building got an observation deck where you can go up there and say, I've been up there a couple of times, but it ain't like the World Trade Center. That shit was big. That shit was fucking big, nigga. And I used to always look at that shit because it's other stores around it in the proximity, like in a, you know what I'm saying, like in the surrounding of it or whatever. I'm like, yo, if one of them buildings ever fell, that shit gonna come and knock down other buildings. But that shit fell in his own footprint, which is odd. But once you start doing research and shit like that, you like, yo, like, I never really looked into politics. I wasn't never a political guy. You know what I'm saying? Especially my politics was what I was doing. right? But once you start looking into it, you see all these Europeans, Ronald Reagan, and all these people that they propagate in front of you, and you think these people are honorable individuals. To a certain point, maybe they are, but not to the point to the war on drugs. It wasn't, which I've seen and I've been a part of. And it's still people who still affected by that shit, who still like, oh my God, it's all a cycle. But yeah, studying the world and then studying yourself and realizing that the world as they show it ain't nothing but a fucking stage and assimilation of what they want you to know. Your life is being, how do you want to say, dictated to you, and your whole reality is being controlled, right? I mean, is that about right? Even with all of these niggas, man, with all this shit.
Everything they give us is selected and picked.
What are you talking about? Ducking those Skittles? What four pale skinned devils I had on my panel? What are you talking about? I would like for you to elaborate on that. But what you say, Sachi?
Everything we get selected and picked for us. They give it to us. It ain't like you know what I'm saying. Like us, we do. We go out and for search and find shit. But most people, everything they get is selected and picked and given to them.
That's right. You don't have no other options. It's either this or that, right? That's how I go, right, Sachi? It's
They
either
ain't either
this or
this
that.
or that.
It's
It's
either
either
this
this
or
or
that,
that.
nigga. Yeah.
Yeah.
And choose at your how they say, at your discretion, nigga. Like they even put a warning thing on that. You want to get rid of diabetes? All right, let me give you this medicine right here that's gonna fuck you up worse than the diabetic, worse than fat intermittent fasting for 1 month straight. That'll bring your A1C down.
Hey, all the motherfucker gotta do is just stay up late night and record some of them commercials for the medicines they be playing, and just man, this shit is crazy. It might be you having a damn new pain relief pill, headache pill, but it fuck your kidney up, break your legs, make you have blood clots and all type of shit. All you trying to do is heal a headache.
That's what I'm saying. You got to go all the way around your elbow to touch your thumb. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. And that's the whole thing. Once you really identify all this stuff, you can't cure diabetes. Allegedly. Allegedly they tell you. A doctor with 7 PhDs, nigga. I sit in front of him and ask him, can you cure diabetes? No, diabetes, there's no cure for diabetes, but we can manage it. Well, if your A1C get below 6.5, do you still have diabetes? No, but it can come back. Okay, of course it could come back if you practice the same fucking lifestyle that you did that elevated your A1C. You understand what I'm saying? Like, duh. But they try to make it seem like it's inevitable that it's gonna come back. Yes, of course it's gonna come back. If a person don't change their diet, if they don't change their diet entirely, if they don't continue, if they once they be educated on why they had this certain nutritional illness, then they would already know how not to get the illness again. They will be educated on it. You understand what I'm saying? But I talked to a doctor, a prestigious doctor, nigga. A prestigious doctor, nigga, from whatever university you want to call him. Hey, let me ask you a question, doc. Can you cure diabetes? Oh, absolutely not. Diabetes have never been cured. What? You understand what I'm saying?
Man,
First,
they make it a point. They make it a point to tell you never healed or nothing. Even like if you going through, say for instance, you a junkie and you go to AA, you drink a lot, and you go to AA. They gonna tell you it don't matter if you put that bottle down, you gonna still be a drunk for the rest of your life.
oh, that's a fact. Even yeah, you right. In NA and AA. Yup. That's a fact. I had to go to
Like,
man.
nigga, if I stop drinking, how am I drunk? If I don't drink no more.
But they saying that you always gonna have that trigger internally inside you, right?
Or
But
is it mentally, or are they giving you that trigger mentally by telling you that?
it's an emotion. It's a euphoric. It's a euphoric feeling that basically stimulates your mind, that your mind gets acquainted with. That's like just like an orgasm, right?
I see what you're saying, but what I'm saying is my argument is all that happening because you being programmed and told that that's how it's gonna happen. Instead of them saying at the A meeting, when you get off of it, you done with it. As long as you don't pick it back up, you done with it. You get what I'm
Now,
saying?
if you don't remember the reason why you started to drink and the reason why you don't want to go back to drinking, you gotta experience something traumatic sometimes when it comes to like any of these vices or anything like that. The same way nigga be out, like I said, there's so many different scenarios. Nigga, you go to go bar one night and get robbed. You go to a club one night. It's so, you mess with the wrong female, she might rob you. You let her in your house and she might take all your shit and take your motherfucking bank cards. And, it's so many different scenarios out there when it comes to shit. Or it could be a nigga that could do these demonic things. You understand what I'm saying? So, as you get older and you start realizing a lot of these vices, hey, I think the sister asked to come on the panel. I dropped the link in the chat room if you want to come on. And that's for anybody, man. Y'all ain't gotta be scared, bro. We open the panel up. Yeah, real talk. When it's coming down to a lot of this shit, a lot of this stuff is psychologically. You know what I'm saying, Sachi?
They never tell you that you have the ability to heal. That's all I'm saying. Whether it's
And that's a
sickness
fact.
or over there, they gonna
But
never
you
tell
have to
you
have
that.
a
All right.
reason. You have to have a reason. You understand what I'm saying, Sachi? You have to have a reason to want to stop
Yeah.
doing anything. You know what I'm saying? It's a
Yeah.
reason. That's what separates you from the other people who don't have no reason or don't have no morality or don't have, nothing to get into your mental space that you need to get into. So,
because it takes you back to the medical field. We can't never tell you that we can heal you.
So like, all right, so boom. So let's go back into that, right? All these illnesses. I study the best when it come down to naturopathic, and I study under one of the best, which is Dr. Layla Africa. You know what I'm saying? Real talk, man. Rest in peace to the God or whatever, the Mississippian God who said he was from Africa, like James Small did at a time that it was convenient to tell people that we was Africans. But rest in peace to him. I didn't study with the best when it comes to his nutrition, and I heard, and one person I'm advocating for when it comes to this whole holistic nutrition and shit, that's well beyond my time, is that brother Yaki. That nigga is he's next level when it comes to that shit. But yeah, man, a lot of these illnesses, bro, everything, and like I said, even the fact that a nigga like Polight, who he had nutritional and holistic teachings, he didn't been under Dr. Sabi and been under all these greats, and he still ventured back into the lower self degenerate behavior that now he's going to have 7 years of his life to reflect on and another 10 years of supervision to reflect on. You understand?
He got what he deserved. Deserve more than that, you ask me.
I mean, listen, he gonna get what. Listen, if this nigga might get his ass beat every day for the next 7 years, nigga. So, you know what I'm saying?
9 times out of 10, that's what's gonna happen based on his charges and the publicity around it, and you know how people is. They gonna reach out to people in jail and all that.
They ain't gonna have to reach out to him, nigga. Nigga got a phone in there that can go right to YouTube and see exactly what Polight did. You know what I'm saying? They got a phone in, nigga, that's on YouTube.
Yeah. It's plenty of niggas with phones in there, motherfucker.
so they can get right, they can get right to it, nigga. You see what I'm saying? Like
So they gonna get the call. Polight on the pound.
man, they gonna get the call and they gonna go right to the YouTube video and say, yo, that's that nigga Polight right there. Coming on the tier and shit. But I'm telling you, they're going to send that nigga to a tree jumper prison. And there's a lot of tree jumpers down there in Florida, bro.
Yeah, because he got to go to their program. They only offer their program at them type of prisons.
Bro, he gonna be in there with a bunch of degenerates. A bunch of degenerates, bro. You know what I'm saying? But that nigga probably gotta go low. That nigga can't pop up and resurface nowhere. Nobody gonna buy it and listen to what the fuck he talking about after everybody that heard what he did. Nobody gonna want to be next to this nigga. Like nigga should smack the shit out of you, nigga. Like real talk. Like, I mean, that shit you did, bro. I've seen niggas that done less get much harsher penalties. I'm talking about just from like, the karmatic standpoint of it. Peace, but we got somebody else on the panel. What's up, Go
Joe
David?
Biden got me more time for that than selling for. I got more time for that. I got more time for selling crack from Joe Biden crime bill than that.
That's what I'm trying to say. Another degenerate, fucking adrenochrome drinking. Fucking who knows the levels that nigga done been in, the parties that he done been in. You know what I'm saying? Who knows, man? But we got a sister on the panel. What's up, sis? How you doing? Go Diva?
Hello, how y'all doing this evening?
Hey man, I'm chilling like a cat on a chicken commercial. How you doing?
Hey yo. Well, I just wanted to go back to what y'all were talking about earlier, about the diabetes and is there a cure for diabetes? You know,
You
as a
asking
fan,
me that?
no, that was what was brought up, right?
Yeah,
Is
okay.
is diabetes? Because let's just look back at that question: is diabetes curable? Um, why not? If they can put a man on the moon, why can't they cure diabetes? Everything, if you really look at it, it's not really hard to realize, but everything's a corporation. America is a corporation. They don't want to cure you, and then they can't make any money off of you, right?
That's right. The profit is in the treatment. But you will
Exactly.
continue because they got you thinking that you gotta take this treatment for the rest of your life. So now they got a lifetime drug addict or a lifetime person who
Hmm.
need their drugs. Imagine that. Like, yeah, like I just told you, I sold drugs before. I'm not proud of it, but it's something that helped shape who I am. You know what I'm saying? And helped me got to the
Hmm.
point where I'm at right now. But I'm definitely
Right.
not proud of it. But however it goes, imagine a pharmaceutical company
Hmm.
that and listen, remember too, they gonna come out with different. They're gonna come out with different. How do you want to say treatments? So now it's not gonna have one treatment. They're gonna have it. They're going another year. They're gonna have another,
Uh-huh.
but still
Hmm.
use that same old treatment because they like, oh well, certain people. So this right here, certain people are able to. How do you want to say? They it, you know it their bodies are able to absorb this and it works better with them. Then they're going to change. They're going to create another drug and say, well, okay, well, this right here for the other people who can't
More
take
and
this.
more schemes, more and more schemes to
Exactly.
get you in there. Uh-huh. to
Exactly.
make the profit. That's the bottom line. That's always the bottom line. Can we make money from this? So let's program these people. Let's program these folks into thinking it's not curable. And hey, we got we got the money working for us. So that's just what it is. That's where you live. That's it.
Yeah.
Welcome to America.
And look. So that's what I'm saying. And they have that all the way. Look, you know how many different treatments they got for the body, all the way from toenail fungus. Like they got
Mm,
1,000 different toenail fungus of treatments. And it's not like I'm just saying toenail fungus on a small scheme of things. All the way,
yes.
So they don't tell you that everything is dealing with your nutrients because and it's very imperative. And I always promote that and tell people is you have to exercise. Because
Yes.
what exercise does, it heats your body up and push the toxins out through the pores and through while you breathing and you drinking
Mm,
water and you urinating. You're
mm-hmm,
pushing the toxins out. So it's a threefold thing. So it's
mm-hmm,
like as long as you're able to push the toxins in, the toxins can never stay in your body long enough to form um,
mm-hmm,
illness or a poison, because most a lot of times it ain't nothing but poisons, and a lot of times your body, what it does is it'll close that part of that poison off, so that it'll create a cyst, or it'll create like like a cyst. So it'll try to enclose it, and that thing will grow if you keep feeding it. So that's with
mm-hmm.
pretty much everything. I'm saying it. I'm not trying to be all in with the scientifical terminologies to try to really break it down. I'm just telling you, like in the grand scheme of things, all
Yes.
these different, especially for our people. So,
Mm-hmm.
how
But
long you been
that's
listening, sis?
oh God, I just found your channel today. And I
Really?
think I've been listening for at least half an hour to 45 minutes.
Okay. My
Yeah.
name is Ahano Kiel. I'm from New Jersey. And every now and then we meet up and we do these builds. And I have other comrades and associates that does the same thing on a daily basis that push this information out. Where's your family from, sis? Mommy asking.
Oh, my hometown is Houston, Texas, but now I'm living in Vegas, Nevada.
What's your nationality or your ethnicity?
Oh, I'm all the way. I'm all the way on both sides. Flip front and back, black.
Okay. All right. So over here, right? Over here, we teach that black is a status, right? Um,
Yes.
there's none of us are physically the complexion of black. And even if they are, and even if we could find some of the people who are, we're still not the complexion of black. So over here we ask questions like what I'm about to ask you now.
Mhm.
Um, you said so where's your family primarily from? I know you got your maternal, you got your paternal side, but
Mhm.
like can you just give me like an idea where your family want to say that one more time if you said it the first time?
Oh, that is something that my sister and I are trying to figure out. My sister was adopted. I was raised by my father. So I mean, we got different fathers, but the same mother. And we're trying to make the connection. On my father's side, she said, "Oh, what is that? What? How does she pronounce it? Um, Milano,
Mulatto.
mulatto."
Okay.
And I'm like, really? And but I mean, that's not really stating too much. I still have to dig. I still gotta keep digging.
So
Still
one
gotta
way you
keep.
can dig if you don't have, look at your last name. When your last name will tell a tale. Your last name sometimes will trace you back, and you'll find your genealogy through that. Um, have you took a DNA test?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I should do that, huh?
I mean, you know, unless you want to be in unless you want to be in a mall in Nevada and you see another clone of you going up the escalator while you going down. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But
unless
you
you
know
want,
what? That's
yeah,
it's
go ahead.
funny that it's funny that you asked me that because I'm like, okay, they say go by your last name, but our last names were given to us by them folks. You know, we took on the master's
Mm,
last name. So
interesting.
do
You said so. You saying
really?
through slavery. You saying through slavery now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Do you know? And I'm not trying to be sarcastic or be condescending.
No, you go
Tell.
ahead.
Can you tell me what is a slave?
Well, a person who was pretty much take they were taken away their freedom, their rights. They were owned. They were owned by someone
Okay.
else.
Okay. So you said they all right. So they chattel property basically, or people who was conquered.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So you, I mean, but how do you know your people were slaves?
Hmm. That's true. That's true. I guess I really wouldn't know. I deep down, I mean, I would have to go and ask all, relative by relative by relative and generation by generation. But the ones that know, they're already gone.
All
I would
right.
have to
So
go through
what if I was to
records and go ahead.
what if I was to tell you, like, look, what if I was to tell you that slaves
Or really choppy.
was white people?
Wait a minute, you were going in and out. Repeat that again.
What if I was to tell you that slaves were white people, or what we call Europeans, or
I'll okay. I'm only getting
Palestrian
some of what you're saying.
white?
Hmm.
Hey, when
I'm
you very, very
sorry,
choppy.
I might be breaking up. I'm trying to share my screen. So what if I was to tell you, right? It's
Hmm.
really a ethnicity,
Okay, I'm
a
trying to figure. I
race
think I
of
know where you're going with this because I cannot
people.
understand what you're saying. You're coming in kind of up and down, but I think I got the bulk of what you're saying.
So
Yes,
my
I
screen is
know.
probably breaking up. You good? Go ahead.
I know that whites were slaves too. Yeah, I got that story too. Um, but I may go to my grave not knowing all of my history. That's just the reality of it.
Nah, you ain't going. That's not going to happen. Cause I got good news for you. I mean, I don't know what brought you here, or maybe it was an ancestor that led you, but we actually do research on this. We actually I'm an Atanchan. My people is classified as African American, Black, Negro, and colored. And come to find out that my people has always been in America. And
Mm.
so most of us, the majority, 99.9% of us, our people was classified as African Americans through some corporate construct through the United States Corporation. The United States Corporation the most valuable part of the Americas is what? The land. Most of our
Mm-hmm.
people own the land. So they created a whole story and got people taking DNA tests, which they making money off of because all the DNA tests is ran by eugenics and the Human Genome Project, right? So and they got history because they teach our kids history. So they teach our kids that Christopher Columbus came here when at the time Christopher Columbus came here, he couldn't come here because Negroes would have shot him off his boat. They'd have burnt his boat and killed him with it. No, that's a
Yeah.
fact. They'd have burnt his boat and killed. They want you to think that the Americas was just a bunch of punk ass weak people, which that is a fact. That's a fallacy. Our people
Mm.
have forts. We have forts. We had the greatest empire that ever existed in America that they would never tell you about. The mathematical system, geometry, astronomy, cosmology, civics, all came from the Americas. So they would never tell you that. They got you looking at Africa because they want you to believe that people in Africa, that all people that has a genetic or physical similarity to what we call an African, right? Just because you got
Mm.
dark skin, or you might have a wide nose, or you may have wide lips, and you may have, etc., right? And that be coarse hair too, right? That's one of the
Mm.
prerequisites, right? Then they'd be like, oh, you came from over there. So then you look over there, and meanwhile, these people are creating plots and building stuff all on your land, and you don't even see what's going on until they got a skyscraper over here. They done took this part where this used to be a mound and build it over the mound, and here go it's a road right here that's also built over our ancestor, our ancient ancestor relics. So what I'm telling you is from the research that I've done. Now, some people will tell you that Africans came here. I'm not going to tell you that. I don't believe it. I believe it's all a lie. I don't believe no. I believe that the only Africans that came here in the 20th century. Prior to that,
Mm.
the black people who's here have always been here and are descendants of the Americas. We never came from nowhere. And even at the time that they telling you that we were slaves, you have hundreds of thousands of black slave owners who own white slaves.
Mhm. Mhm.
So we can't
Yes.
trust none of their history. None of it. You telling me, oh, the Emancipation Proclamation freed black people. So why in 1830 I can show you black slave owners in every state in America, in North America. Now, it ain't just one or two, it's thousands, hundreds of thousands of these people. They never
Mm-mm.
offered none of that information up, even if you paying for education. They never said, "Well, here you go. Since you
Mhm.
didn't pay us, since you paying us almost 100,000 to join one of our universities, we're going to tell you that black people own slaves, and we're going to tell you that white people were slaves." They never offer that information. The only slave conversation is coming up is African Americans. And even the Caribbeans don't even want to say that they slaves. When they say we were slaves, the first thing we do is raise our hand and put our head down.
Mm.
Sick
Can I
story to
ask
make you a victim.
sister? Can I ask her a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Godiva, um, my name is Kusa. Um,
How you
do
doing?
you believe? Do you believe all of those copper complexion people in the southeast that was brought over here as slaves from East Texas all the way up through the Carolinas, into New York, Harlem, all those heavily Negro populated areas, over to Cleveland, Ohio, into Chicago, even over to Oakland, California? Do you believe that all those people was born have slave ancestry?
I guess when I think about it now, I mean, probably not 100%. No.
I mean, considering that the first American was that red man, the Mongolian, that supposedly came across the Bering Strait, that populated this whole land, And I don't know where you are from, but have you ever seen any of those red Native Americans that they call the first Americans in your neighborhood growing up at any point?
No, never. I never came across the Cherokee, the Indians. No.
Okay. So do you believe that they populated American uh, uh, um, populated America considering that the Negro is heavily embedded all over this land? And
Mhm.
considering the islands surrounding North America is full of Negro, not Negro, but heavy copper colored people.
Hmm.
Now, you got you got the pale man, European. Now you have a Mongolian that came across the Bering Strait, telling your story that you came here as a slave and they came here as free people. Do you think that makes sense considering
No,
all the people around here?
no, sir. No, sir.
And he
And,
got to
and
tell you this, right? So let's just understand this, right? We already, I don't know, obviously you got to be a truth seeker. If you found my channel, you have to be somewhat of a truth seeker. You have to be
I
curious.
am. Yeah.
Okay, so you have to be somewhat curious that what you've been told is not absolute and not factual, right? So then you search for information, and you go down certain, like there's certain different rabbit holes and certain different doors of information, right? But over here, what we teach is this, right? We ran the North America all the way up until 20th century. All the stories they tell us about us being slaves. Yeah, you do have melanated people who were slaves, but a lot of times that's because the only slave in America were what you call Europeans, and their ethnicity is called Slavic. And you had a lot of these slave owners, which was Negroes, having sex with these white women and creating these mulatto children. And remember, if a black man have a child with a white woman, the child can come out half white, light skin with nappy hair, dark skin with curly hair. You know what I'm saying? There's just so many different
Hmm.
variations that the child can come out.
Of
So you
course.
see dark skinned people who were a slave because the condition of the mother is a condition of the child. When you enter
Mm.
into the Americas, no one can own land except the original inhabitants of the land, which are us.
that's right.
No one can own land here. No, and nobody can sell nobody land. If somebody would sell somebody land, guess what happens to that person?
Mm.
Treason.
You ever
That's tr-
you ever seen you have you seen that new Equalizer movie and shit? With that shit Denzel be doing is some real horrific shit.
Hmm.
Um that's what happened to somebody who sells like that. I'm just keeping a buck. I watched a little bit of the movie. I'm like, yo, they got this nigga like he's a savage. This nigga here, oh my god.
yeah.
But that's what would happen to somebody if they sold the land and the sachem or the empress, or if you want to whatever you want to call the people who run it, right? They find out that this is taking place, you know, that individual, his days is numbered.
Mm.
And they all mulattoes. Even they depict George Washington as a pale man, Abraham Lincoln as a pale man, but in actuality, they was mulattoes.
Bro, I don't even believe
They
that.
were mulattoes, and
I,
all these
I
mulattoes,
don't believe that, bro. I don't. You know why I don't believe that? You know why I don't believe that? Because why would a mulatto be in charge of a whole like you got millions of aborigines that's
yeah,
original. Why would they?
Mm.
Why would they? They only say a mulatto because people still buy into contemporary history.
That
George
that's
Washington is listen. George Washington is Adam Weishaupt. They put him in there. And they put him in there mentally and put him in there in the minds of education. He never existed because the first president from the Continental Congress all the way up until the late 1800s was all black people. Thomas
yeah, that's
Jefferson was a nigga. Andrew, I'm not no
Alexander
mulatto,
Hamilton.
nigga, a nigga. All of them was Negroes. Why would they elect a mulatto to be running any organization when you got plenty of Negroes? Let's stop playing. Let's stop playing. They wasn't. George Washington
Yeah,
is
that's the first
pseudo.
time I heard that. I've always
George
heard that they was
Washington is
mulattoes.
pseudo. What if you give credence to that they mulattoes in some case, then you saying that white people still ran
Well,
the country.
we can only go by the books that we read, and we all know the books have been documented, have been forged and fakery. So I don't take everything verbatim. I'm starting to look at everything that I thought I knew again, taking a different look at it because they forged everything, they faked everything,
And they
they took
created
time out to
everything.
write stuff.
They created everything. We running around here like androids, and they created a whole program in which we allowed we allowed ourselves to take part into. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Right.
they created a whole program, and we still trying to figure out the program. What? No, George. I don't even listen, brother. Like I said, I've heard stories that the first George Washington died in the Revolutionary War. I've heard stories that Adam Weishaupt, which was the first Scottish Rite Freemason that try to basically come into our environment and come as an agent.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So that's a lot of times that's what was really going on that we don't understand. So all them people had to be black. Wasn't no white people coming over here, no, like they show you in no movies. Nah, that's all bullshit. They was all slaves. They was all slaves, bro. All
All
slaves.
slaves.
Yeah. The
In the
white ones that
1800s.
not just the 1800s, from the time shit 1 year before they actually say that they brought Africans here, which they're lying about that too. They lying about the whole African slave trade. I know, like, A1, why would you say that when they have data analysis to prove that they did it? Because all
But
that
they
shit pseudo.
A1, they are proven liars. Proven liars. Look at Jabari, how much he lied. He got it from his daddy. Okay.
He's not just a liar, he's deceitful. His arguments and his conversation when he be trying to
He's
rebuke or
deceitful.
rebunk somebody, it's deceitful. It's not like he's being decisive when he's talking.
That's a good word for it. Deceitful. Because it's in him.
Yeah. Blackfoot Abbo. Yeah, that's what they said. Polight got 7 years. But Polight is a degenerate, and I don't want to spend too much of my time, talking about that degenerate. Sayonara, Bon Voyage, Goma Star, and
And
Drop the Soap.
I did call because he was answering to that judge like a subject. And did you notice how they just railroaded the shit out of him? Made him gave up all his rights. He didn't fight for none of his damn rights.
Who you talking about?
Talking about Polight when on the recording.
Of course he's
What
not.
rights
They
do
was
he got? He's not from America. He's a United States citizen. What rights do he get?
Oh, he's a U.S. citizen. He's going to be a U.S. citizen.
But
he's going to be a U.S. citizen.
Hey, but you know what? He know that sovereignty shit, and he said he used it before, but he ain't used it this time. You know why? Because them niggas was gonna get that nigga Bo Jackson number, like 34 years if that nigga would have resisted them people. That nigga had a running back number.
How can an African use some sovereignty shit over here?
No. I've heard. Look. I'm just keeping it a buck with you. I've heard he deal with the UCCs and all that type of shit. That's what he was doing. He was
Yeah,
dealing with the UCCs and what I forgot what the fuck they call that shit, but he used to deal with that shit.
commercial
He ain't,
codes.
he ain't use that shit in court.
No, he didn't.
He ain't use that shit in court, nigga. Because
You
anytime
give
somebody
up
tell
all
me,
your right. You signed this, Willie? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
listen,
yes.
brother,
Oh, I sure do.
if they got his semen on a young girl's shirt, bro. So, it would probably be in his best interest to not resist any further. Like I said, you be running around in that yard with number 34 on you. You be running that
Yeah.
yard with a running back number,
Yeah, he
nigga.
would have went through. They would have helped him, but if he had to claim his sovereignty and not a U.S. citizen,
Brother, you can't
they
claim
would
your
have helped him,
sovereignty
but he would have got out of it.
you can't claim no sovereignty if you molest another United States citizen.
But
You
He
can't
has a
claim no
victim.
sovereignty.
yeah, now
It's a
that's
This is
United
victim.
States
natural.
citizens.
This goes to natural law. He has a victim. This
I
they
would
can attest to
consider
the
the
harm
motherfucker
done.
sovereign. Tell you the truth.
Uh, He had the affidavit of probable cause against him, nigga. Meaning they went to the police and gave a statement, and the statement was incriminating, and therefore they charged him with criminal charges. And this is the proceeding, and this is the conclusion to the criminal charges that was inflicted upon him. He ain't going there and talk about no jury. You can't go in there and talk about no jurisdiction and shit like that. If you molest somebody, or even if you hurt somebody and it's not in self-defense. You know what I'm saying? You just
Yeah,
go around and you
but
can't like,
they could have scared him to the point where he just admitted to some shit he didn't do. I've seen that happen before.
money
I'm
grip.
just saying,
Nigga,
I've seen it happen
that
before.
nigga I told you, you ever seen a nigga with 3 wives pump on a white girl's butt? Like it's some real degenerate shit. We grown men around here. Ain't
Did
nobody
you hear
gonna
what
be
the mama
pumping on.
said?
You don't be around here pumping on no white. We ain't gonna be pumping on no one like on some pervert type. You ever seen a pervert before? Kusa? A pervert
Oh
nigga
man,
that
yeah.
you vowed not to ever in your lifetime talk to or be caught alive with, nigga. That type of pervert, nigga.
Yeah,
Hey, cool.
yeah,
So the mama got a
yeah.
statement on that too. He did that shit.
He said, "Yeah, look." You heard the statue. Look, he was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Yeah." He had to acquiesce to that. He was like, "Man, I'm talking about. Look, just think about it in your life. You ain't gotta give us no demonstration or tell us what happened. Just think in your mind, a nigga that you seen do some pervert shit, and you was like, that shit was just like so much of an ilk and disgust. The way you was like, yo, it's a man over there." Like, yo, nah, B. Like,
Right,
some things is just like,
right. Those cases like that. Even though the mom and the daddy ain't together, where is the father in this case?
oh man,
I mean,
that's
father and
that's
mom may
another
not be
thing.
together because you know. And I've seen so many cases of niggas 20 some years old, 30 some years old, messing with 12 and 11 years old, even don't have to be any kin to them, you know. But where is the father in these cases, man? Now, I haven't seen one man
Brother,
raise
and
his
that
head up
and
and say,
that,
I'm gonna
but
get
you
that
know
bitch.
what? You know what the problem is? The problem is this, right? It's too many men, right? You got relationships where people have been in relationships for a long time, right? And they don't even do it for the kids. You know what I'm saying? You might have been in a relationship with a woman, you got 3 kids by, and then you're gonna get a divorce, or you're gonna break up, and you might as well just do it for the kids. You can't even get counseling, get therapy to get over whatever problem you got, to do it for the kids. So therefore, the
Right,
father, he may be around, but he may not be around. He might have met a woman that lived in Colorado, so now they went to go move in Colorado together. So now their children might live somewhere in Nebraska
I'll
or
be
live
on the
somewhere in
bus.
Ohio. I'm just saying, I'm not saying in
On the
all
bus.
cases. I'm not saying, look, I'm not saying in all cases. You do have niggas who definitely who won't even make a move, because I
Right.
wouldn't do that. I don't give a fuck.
So many cases you never see the father rise up.
Yeah.
To defend his daughter.
Nah, but ain't no woman supposed to be letting you
some I know.
Woman, but hold up. But Kusa, listen to me. The woman allowed her 14-year-old daughter to go to a club with a nigga after hours. After
Yeah, she ain't gonna
hours.
do it. Hey. These women need to understand this right here, man. When you meet one of these foreign dudes, you might need to check on how they treat their women over there in the country they come from. Cause like you
we
meeting
don't
a
do
dude from
polygamy
Somalia.
amongst our people here.
No, I ain't even talking about polygamy. I'm talking about can they beat their women? How they treat them? You know what I'm saying? What's up over there? Cause like
somebody hit him with a
you
brick.
got this polite shit going on. He a foreigner. Then you got this other girl crying about she got hit by a brick by some foreigners. When she a foreigner, she know how them foreign dudes get down in their own country. Like nigga, in Somalia, they just burnt a woman like a month ago.
You know
what
what
I'm
it is,
saying?
though, Sachi, even with that shit,
right.
even with that shit where the chick got hit with a brick, right? What happened is this. She must have been wilding to the point where a nigga really was like, man, I'm gonna treat that bitch like a nigga. Like she must have really been doing some shit to where niggas like, oh, you want to be a nigga?
For real.
Nigga Super
Yeah,
Mario
she doing
brother
some
the
nigga
ass.
shit.
She got hit.
But it
She
wasn't
got
even,
hit like Super Mario, nigga.
it probably
He
wasn't even no
thought she was
niggas
gonna
like
get
us
slapped.
around though. What I'm saying is, what's going on is we getting caught up in a culture war that ain't got nothing to do. As far as this brick shit, we getting caught up in a culture war that ain't got nothing to do with us. These immigrant women coming over here from these countries feeling liberated because over in some of them countries it's legal to beat your hoe, man. It's fact. You can look it up in the law. It's legal for them niggas to beat their women over there. So listen what I'm saying though. So the women coming over here.
Can you hear me?
Hold on. Yeah, I hear you.
Look. Now, listen to this though. This is also another play. You could finish that what you were saying, but check this out, right? Remember, a lot of these motherfucking immigrants that come here, like you said, this is like fucking wonderland to them and shit. They come over, oh, we could do that. Like you see how she was wilding, smacking niggas, and like, come on, man. A lot of these people that come here, my dude, they come here. We already then been compromised from our own people. Our own people then went into our own organizations and undermined it. Not less a bunch of other people where you got to sit there and look in their face like, yo, where you from? Like, you know what I'm saying? You'll see a person from a point of view like, oh, that might be a black person. Then you look at them and you start observing them. You're like, wait a minute, where your people
Once you
from?
get closer.
Well, my people from such and such. Go ahead.
She's Somalian. She is Somalian. All you gotta do is look at how Somalians do they women over there, and it's legal over there. I told they just burnt a woman over there last month.
Yeah, they get fucked around over there big time.
So she over here feeling liberated. She can do what she want to. That's why she act like she act. She's Somalian. You get what I'm saying? So it's like they coming over here with their culture shit, you know, like they women coming over here fitting, and then they blaming us for because she in her video she ain't saying my Somalian, she's saying niggas and black folks. You know that's gonna put us in the mix when you say niggas, because the nigga is us, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
But you know what though? But real talk, I'm gonna say this real quick. Hold up, Kusa. Hold up. I'm gonna say this real quick, man. Shout out to niggas like Tariq Nasheed, brother. That's starting to, even if you're not an Aborigine, even as a black person, you starting to identify the fuck shit that these people been doing to them people, them black Americans. I'm not a black American. I'm not an African American. But them people, how they been getting fucked over, and I'm glad that it is somebody who is out there putting people up on game to what's really going on. So, you know, definitely shout out because he put himself on the line, bro. That nigga showing his face. He like, man, fuck these tethers. He was telling nigga like, he be going in, bro, and he been doing it for a long time, bro. But you know, I'm just glad that it's somebody out there that can help the other. That can help. Look. That can help our people identify with the games that's being ran on them, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Though, I just got to keep it a buck. If you listen to that nigga, man, if you listen to him, he really a slick bridge between them and us.
What you mean?
Tariq Nasheed, he a bridge. What I'm saying from that paradigm, that black, all that shit to this aboriginal, he a bridge because he
Oh yeah,
really
yeah,
be
yeah,
dropping
yeah.
both of them.
Oh no, that's a fact. I'm just saying to the point though, or to the extent that like, a lot of our people we don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? They don't have no clue on what games. A lot of black people think they from Africa, so they think it's hands across America. And he telling you like, nah, nigga, we gotta we got abort mission, nigga. We can't be running around here talking about is everybody because once you realize that other people countries, you go to other people, these like all right, for example, right? This kid I be in the gym with sometime, I think he went to medical school. I haven't seen him in a while, but he's an African dude. And he's a cool brother, real talk. Me and him be building all the time, right? He's smart brother. He know the identity, he know the shit that they do to black Americans, and he's smart. And he was telling me one day, he was trying to get into matter of fact, he's going to school to be a dentist. He was telling me he was trying to get in I think Rutgers, was it Rutgers dental school? I think it was Ronald Rutgers. I'm sorry. And he was like, yo, it was mad Nigerians and Guyanese people hating on me, yo, trying to get me to go to different schools or whatever so they can get in. Right. So I'm like, yo, Africans y'all be having, he was like, hell yeah. So, so what Tariq Nasheed, you know what I'm saying? And see, this is another thing with the Pan Africans, right? You hear these Pan Africans talk, they are delusional about thinking that all black people can be on the same accord. They're delusional, and they the same ones who promoting it. And then see, they got a lot of our people fucked up because once a lot of our people come into some type of consciousness, they vend towards them. Oh, running around here with the motherfucking kente cloth wraps around their head, like yo, you got to see how our people do to show that they prestige or show that they on some conscious shit. They run right straight to Africa. Soon as they think they conscious, they learn about roots. They learn about all this. The slave. Oh, in this time they was bringing slaves over here. Oh, they was raping our women and mating us on. Man, nigga, like, are you serious, big? Do you understand what you saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Do you not know the revive history to what's really going on? You know what I'm saying? So, at the end of the day, man, like I said, shout out. I'm just glad it's people like him that's doing it because a lot of people wouldn't put themselves out there, to see funny than a motherfucker. Like he put himself out there. How he be talking to a lot of these tethers and he be putting people on game like, yo, watch these immigrants. And I'm not saying, like I said, I got mad brothers and sisters I fuck with from the Caribbean. 100. I'm 100 with. I might be 101 with him. You know what I'm saying? Um, but he definitely be putting people on code, and that's one thing I can commend him for, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whether you think he was an agent or whatever, man. You know what I'm saying? He definitely be putting a lot of our people on code. Cause a lot of we need it, bro. Or we fuck, nigga. These niggas that fell for that whole migrant. They get said. I was talking to my brother earlier. He told me in Long Island, New York, they put all them migrants out. All them Italians came together and said, nah, they gotta go. We don't even want them in here. Like words bond, yo, and put them all out of Long Island, yo. On Long Island, New York. Real talk.
Man, them motherfuckers, a lot of those islanders caught hell coming up. I mean, those islands are still in a mess today. Immoral, living in tin shack, cardboard shack, pallets, wrapped in tarps, eating whatever they can eat. And that's where a lot of those people in America today come from. And that's the manner that they have. And you gotta see that, that's just their culture.
And
That's
I'm
how
not
they were,
saying
they
like
were fucking
you
raised.
come here and you strive for perfection because Lord knows, bro, to be a doctor, if it is some pseudoscience shit, it takes a lot of commitment to do that. To be a doctor, It takes a lot of commitment to do that shit. We talking about over 15 years of schooling. That's a long fucking time, bro.
There's a bunch of truck drivers here. A lot of them are here going to school. A lot of them here working in the restaurant. They working in the casino. And America is a place to better yourself. You know, and I don't pay attention. You know, but long as they're here, they got to obey American laws. You can't bring that island shit over here, man. And don't come over here acting like a nigga. Cause see, you're gonna get a nigga's reward. And that's what they don't understand, you know. Your nigga gonna get tired of your ass and come off that porch on you, you know. And I like you said, I got some friends, you know, across the country that are islanders, male and female, old and young, good people. And you can see the culture difference. And you know, but people are happy. And, I mean, even the the Asians, you know, all the Chinese people that you see over here. Some are good, some are bad, you know, but they prospering, and most of them I see, they happy as fuck to be over here, man. I mean, they caught hell in their own land. I don't see nothing wrong with that. I don't. You know, you want to make the people better, but you just can't. You can't be me. You can't be me. I mean, you want to be a doctor, I can be a motherfucking bus driver. But brother, you can't be me. Stop trying to keep me from being me. You do you, cause you do what I do. You trying to be me. I don't give a fuck how much money you got. You know, but I don't see nothing wrong with these people coming over here. As long as you come over here and you know, you're not killing anybody, you're not robbing any banks, you know, you're not raping little girls, not with none of that bullshit. No. And I yield. Mic check.
Peace, peace. Everybody there?
I'm here. Can't hear nobody. Nobody
Peace
saying
to the
nothing.
panel. What's going on, Kusa? What's going on, brother?
Hey man, I'm cool. I'm cool, tired as fuck. Trying to go to sleep.
Are this your downtime?
Yeah. I got 10 hours down.
10 hours down. Yeah.
10
You got the
hours, so I better get these motherfuckers. I ain't slept in 2 days.
what you drive automatic or what? You manual? What you driving?
Yeah, I'm in a manual now.
Oh, manual. Okay.
Yeah, I was in an automatic.
Y'all got to keep records digital, huh? Y'all ain't writing this shit down anymore, huh?
No.
Yeah.
They make me do that stuff.
Yeah.
Good out for.
But yeah, man, I just want to
I
come
was ready
on,
for
man.
the ass today though. They pulled me over again.
Oh yeah? Why they be pulling you over?
You know. Yeah. Oh man, I got on the restricted truck route.
Oh, okay.
They came and got me. Yeah, it was too late. Following that damn GPS and being in a hurry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was okay though. You know, they seen I didn't have a contract with them, and they just said, "Why you keep doing this? We don't told you to stop driving."
Hey, real quick, Kusa, I ain't mean to cut
Yeah,
your
you told me
wisdom, man.
9 times already. God
Mic
damn it.
check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. You can hear me, Kusa?
Yeah, I hear you.
Nah, I'm peace to God, man. My brother, Mr. Brooklyn in here, man. I ain't see Mr. Brooklyn in a minute, man. Peace to God, man. What's the word?
Peace. What's good, family? Man, I'm chilling. I'm doing all right. I didn't catch the beginning of your bill, but I had just received some information from a goddess that's in the government system, and I wanted to pass what I heard along to the family, to the tribe. You know what I'm saying? Because it might be, I don't know if anybody know it or heard it, but I just wanted to pass it along. But I didn't want to interrupt your bill either, though. You know what I'm saying?
No, go ahead, brother. What's up? That's what I'm saying. I seen you. I ain't see you in a minute, my dude. What's the word?
Now, check this out. I know this sister that's in the government, right? She been involved with the government since I was in in junior high school, right? I met her. She took me to one of those scared straight programs back in the day. Anyway, I don't want to say her name, but she's been involved with the government and she's moved up in government, right? So me and her was talking today, and she was telling me about the immigrants that's coming into New York, right? And she was saying that what they're doing with a lot of them is that they allowing them to come in and sign themselves in as they're to being white. Doesn't matter what their complexion is, depending on where they come from, such as if they are
Breaking up a little bit. You still with
what they
us?
call Africa. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
If they're from Ukraine or even from Africa, they're allowing, no matter what their complexion is, they're allowing them to be called white or call themselves white, right? And she said they're doing that so that they can fluff their numbers. And one of the other things they're doing it is because they figure if they can get them to mix in with us, then they can try to kill us off in that way. And I was like, wow, that was deep. I've heard shit like that before, but never from nobody that's in government. So I just wanted to put that out there to the people, man, that they are really trying to do this shit for real, for real.
And they're antagonizing people by you giving some anybody that's like a motherfucker. That's like you in the house, right, with your mother, right? And
Mm-hmm.
you ask your mother to buy you some sneakers, and your mother tell you no, but she come back in the house 2 days later with some foster children. You know what I'm
Right?
saying? Like you may got sneakers and shit already. Let's say like you're not because we not really fucked up like that to where what they doing is fucked up. But it's just the fact that niggas been asking for reparations or they've been talking about reparations for years. And here it is, y'all got money for all this other shit, but you never want to get that right. But that's but that's like I said, that's gonna be huh?
They haven't made shit right with us.
But that's when divine intervention take place, bro. When you do shit like that. When you
And
do
that's
shit like
correct.
that,
You right about that.
divine intervention, or you don't want to make that right, and you got plenty of opportunity too. All right, well,
And
that's when I like what?
that bill you did the other night, man, that was I listened to the replay of it. Man, it was solid, bro. Real talk. That was I love all the information you already know that.
Man,
And
you already know how we've been giving it up for years, bro. We
yeah,
gotta
and
constantly keep giving it up.
I be telling people, yo, this I always try to, tell people about you and the information that because a lot of it I first heard was through you and Chief and AP. You know what I'm saying? And you already know my story. I ain't gotta go through it. But
No, yeah, you
but
good. Go
I
ahead,
be
go ahead,
telling
Bill.
it to other people because I be wanting them to get in to get message to hear word because it's important. There's a lot of people that know who they are, but don't know who they are. You know what I'm saying? They don't know how to go about doing this or that. And I try to always guide them to your channel or AP channel or Chief channel because I know for a fact they're gonna find something that they can use. I'm not big on doing no videos and shit like that. I got information, but I'm not good at doing all that shit. So
Hey man,
I just
everybody hands on call for the
yeah,
same
I do
thing,
the
brother.
work.
So so you
I
do it
do
how
my
you
shit
do it.
face to face, word of mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said,
You already know. I like
everything ain't for everybody. So everybody play their
that's
part,
a
and that
fact.
right there, you still get results and having them conversations with individuals because they still get enlightened, and then they go back and go tell somebody, like, you know what, I was talking to a brother today, and he asked me what tribe of Indian I was. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you know, I got Indian in my family too. My grandmother said we was, and this is where these conversations go. And then that person that you gets told, like I told you, it's like remember how niggas used to break dance and they used to do the snake? Like, let's say about like 12 dude break dances
Right.
in a row, and nigga just do the snake and then the other one do it and then pass it on to the other one. That's how this information is with, you know, when you talk about it. Because then other people go back and talk to their family and then they talk to other people. So it's like, yo, the gig is up. It's too
Yep.
late. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. You know, once we identify the Indians here as being Negroes, and y'all niggas haven't been saying that in history, and we seeing it right here. And but oh
But
no,
the
but
good
then
thing about it, A, is that being able to point them to solid people with solid information.
mm-hmm. We got my brother Shaq up here too. You want to build? Shaq, what's up?
Man, peace to the panel, man. Salute, man. What's good with you,
Peace.
A1?
You already know, man. I was supposed to do a build the other day, so I just do a makeup build. And like I said, I know AP, you on the panel, right? Fuck you doing?
Oh, and I
You
was just
quiet?
out your way, A1. I just left Jersey.
Yeah, what part?
I was in Newark.
Oh, you was in North? That's what's
Mm-hmm.
up, bro. Hey, look, man, damn. You know what? I'm gonna have to give you my math and shit in the
Yeah,
back.
yeah, no doubt. I come
Yeah,
to a
yeah.
lot. Because I was over on, what's that, Route 21?
Oh, you talking about 21, Rule 21? Yeah. Going like,
Yeah,
which way you
yeah.
was
I was
going? South or north? North or south?
both ways because I went one way and then had to come back to go home.
You live in New York, Mr. Brooklyn?
I'm in Brooklyn. Yeah,
You in Brooklyn?
yeah.
So when in Brooklyn, like as far as like the historical lands and everything, you know what I'm saying?
They have a historical site in Prospect Park. They got
Yes, Prospect
they
Park.
got a historical site in Central Park. They got a historical a place Crown Heights. It used to be called Weeksville, but they call it Crown Heights now. There's a lot of places in Brooklyn that was indigenous people and Aboriginal brothers and sisters living there way back from the 1700s.
Yup.
There's a cemetery down on there's a street called Kings Highway. There's a cemetery in this church, and the majority of the people in the cemetery are Aboriginal people.
It probably ain't even a majority. All of them more likely would be because a lot of them cemeteries was families. They wasn't no public cemetery. You know what I'm
No, it's
saying?
not. You know what? The church was ran by an indigenous brother at one time. So you're probably right. I
No, it
knew
wasn't
that
no public. Them cemeteries back in the day was family or nation or tribal cemeteries.
yeah,
It wasn't like, oh, just random people was like going to there. No, them was family members that was
right.
had them cemeteries. And that's why I say after we switched it up from the mounds is over 10,000 years old. They lying
Right.
about they lying about oh that shit happened 2,500 years. They bullshit. That's the pyramids are older, are probably about like 20, 30,000 years old, bro. You see what I'm saying? Like
These
I'm
buildings
just
that they
that's
have up,
just
I don't believe some of these buildings they have up that they even did them because the architecture of some of these buildings, I think they're from us. It's like from
and
they.
they're
I
and
think
they're
they're doing
thousands
way
of
longer
years
than what
old.
they're saying.
You heard me? And they're
Way longer than
thousands
what
of
they're saying.
years old. They try to
Absolutely.
give you they try to give you a time to when the Europeans came to America to start saying, "Oh yeah, well them was constructed in the 1600s. Them was good." Nah, money grip. Them tunnels that they got up under some of these buildings would it took a long time to build, bro. Would it took a long time to build, and you got tunnels all the way from New York that can go all the way to California that our people navigated through. A lot of people don't even know that. Like these trains and all that shit is our
They had these.
shit.
Check this out. They got these armories, right? They had the armories here.
The
You know what those
armory,
are, right?
yes. The armory,
It's
yes.
the play armories are the places where the soldiers. Yo, okay. So they have tunnels that go from each armory, from one armory to
Mm-hmm.
the next,
Yeah.
and they're underground. So, and these things have been up and active for years. There's nowhere in
Mm-hmm.
the world they just was like the '60s. They was there even before the '60s. So come on, like you always say, the gig is up, man.
The gig is up.
Those are
But them
tunnels
shits,
that was already there.
yeah. But them armories look like castles. They look like
Hey,
castles.
hey,
What?
peace to the panel. Hotel, I say, Ungawe to all my Africans in the building.
Now we can't do that day tonight, AP. I gotta put you on the back, bro. I gotta put you on the back for that nonsense right there. You trying to come up here. Well, I'm gonna let you back on the panel, brother. Hopefully you didn't change it up a little bit.
Nah, bro, I'm an African. It's in my blood. It ain't gonna change, bro. I'm an African.
Damn, nigga. So what you think about that shit Polight did then?
Bro, listen. I've been going hard body on Polight. Me and Seti and Info DG been going hard. We built this Pan-African community. I gave
Yeah,
Sarnetta the idea to be an HOKdian, bro. I
that
built
shit
the back of this African
that
shit,
shit
and I
hit differently when you got big African power saying he built this community. That shit hit totally differently. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Continue, man.
no problem, bro. And listen, I know y'all listen to my little cousin all the time, Aboriginal Power. But guess what? That's my little cousin. I got him by like 15 years. He used to look up to me when he was a Pan African. And I've been looking to smash on elbows. I'm clapping back at elbows. Brother Polight is a new Wapian, bro. He's a new covenant, bro. We been kicked him out the African community because we bang on that beach daily, bro.
That nigga
You
been saying
elbows is
some new.
with them.
I don't even think that nigga was doing New Covenant. I ain't never heard that nigga mention New Covenant in years. His New
Bro.
Covenant is pumping on that white girl booty on the tour bus with all his wife looking like he was a pervert. Like, the fuck is you pumping on her ass for?
Yeah,
Your
we
wife
we
over
we
there got a
don't agree
mini
with Brother
skirt.
Polight. He's a sick dude, and it's a lot of people in the community. And I got a shout out to my African brother Sonetta for standing on his ground and defending the HOKdians, bro.
So you think Sinetta, okay.
So
He
let me
asked,
ask you a question, because I heard that you a big shot around here, and I already smashed up on one of the top albums. He go by the name of Supreme the Lamb Holiday or something like that.
yeah, that's my brother. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I beat him up. And so I heard that you the next guy I need to come deal with, bro.
I ain't nothing but a spoke on a wheel, man. I'm
Oh,
small,
okay.
tall around these parts, my dude. My name don't hold no weight around here, brother.
Hold
So I
on.
don't
Ain't
know.
you the Thompsonist one?
Nah, I'm formerly known, I'm formerly known as a Thompsonist one, but today I go by the moniker, the attribute of a Thompson, of Ahanu Kiel. So
Oh, Kahanu Kiel L. Oh, so you're an African. I see. You just on her dibbling and dabbling with the elbows because your last name L. L is the Anunnaki or African gods.
nah. I'm a L, and I'm dealing with the Elohim. So when I deal with the Elohim, you get El Mador, right? El Salvador, right? Or Salvador El, right? El is the infinite, is the all, right? Like the augmentation of God. You see what I'm
Man, where
saying?
you get
So
that from? That sounds like some pseudo nonsense, bro.
nah, nigga,
Did
this
you
is
take a
Excuse me.
DNA test,
nigga.
brother?
I'm up here. Look, I'm up here FaceTiming the Anunnaki right now on the phone, nigga. I'm FaceTiming them
Excuse
right
me.
now.
Is
Them
that
niggas
African
flying through.
power?
Them niggas just went to Pluto, nigga. Look, them niggas on Pluto right now.
Did your DNA test come back as an Anunnaki god, sir?
My DNA test came back as nothing because I wouldn't ever take one. But the guards and I'm already synced in with the guards to where they hit me like, yo, why the fuck is these niggas on a spaceship flying through a meteor strike? And these niggas up there eating motherfucking Chipotle's.
See, that's what's wrong with y'all. See, you
Excuse me,
elbows are
brothers.
so pseudo. Y'all believe y'all been here for thousands of years, got spaceships, created people. Listen, we the only people that created people. When I say people, I mean Africans. Africans gave birth into all y'all other races. The first people in America to build pyramids that they call Olmecs is African by blood.
My man, you can bump your
Excuse me,
head, man.
African power.
Tell that nigga get the mosquitoes out in between his teeth, nigga. Get that mosquito. You got a mosquito in between your teeth from eating a mosquito burger.
Excuse me, is that African power? Is that the brother
Yes, sir.
African power?
Indeed.
Can I ask you a question,
Yes,
brother?
absolutely.
Is it true? Okay. Is it true that is it true that your brother Polight new name is Bookover?
He's not my brother, and Polight is a sorry sack of crap. You understand what I'm saying? And I've been telling brothers like Hassan Campbell, brother. I've been telling brother Sanetta to get these niggas out the community. Do your homework on why Big African Power just got out August the 18th, 2023. Polight snitched on me, bro. It hit different.
Wow.
He's on my motion.
Well, he gonna find out how it feels to be fucked around with.
He probably gonna
I got a question to ask Big African Power.
I say, hotel, brother, hotel.
Peace. Is it true in you guys' African culture that the women are not allowed to have sex on top of the men? The men is always supposed to be in a dominant position. True or false?
Well, let's talk about that, bro. I guess, and yes, it is true. Because you never know when a woman menstrual cycle could come on, and now she on top of you with the bloody coochie. And now you just sitting there all messed up. But see, when they land on their back, brother, you have the advantage. And us as African men always have the advantage. And that's why y'all so docile in America, is because y'all weak Africans. Y'all got
Yeah, I
tips on the
thought that
land.
was only in I thought that was only in the Jewish community.
Do your homework.
Nah, this is African. That's what they do. That's their shit.
Hey,
Nah, I'm
Round
sure. I
Richard.
thought that was only in the Jewish community that they did that.
Hey, Round Richard, bro.
Nah, that's an African community though. That's what they do over there.
What we do, brother?
No, I said that he was saying that was only in the Jewish community. I said, nah, that's over in the African community, over there in Africa.
And in the Albo community. Because a lot of you Albos are Hebrews. Do your homework.
So hold on.
Boy.
So for us Avos to be Hebrews, that means we came over the transatlantic slave trade. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes, y'all African Hebrews. Yes.
Ah, hell no.
And y'all came over on chains. And you and us as a strong descendant of slaves built this country, brother. We built this. And you're self-hating in denial of your ancestors' lineage.
I'm glad I ain't standing next to you because when that late hit, boy, oh boy.
Yeah. But yeah, oh boy, yeah, man. Like, man, yeah, man. He got what's coming to him, man.
Well, let me ask you a question. What tribe are you from,
Was it
brother?
7 years or 17?
What tribe are you
Did he
from?
get 7 years?
Blackfoot.
Blackfoot.
Pardon me?
You Blackfoot?
Blackfoot.
Bro, you know what happened? Bro, you didn't say it again for the people one more time, because you just admitted that you're an African. Go ahead, say it again.
Blackfoot.
And when you got a black foot, brother, what color is that? Black. What color? Where do black people come from? Africa. So
They come from the dirt. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. Let me get you.
So
they come from the dirt. I ain't never seen no black dirt.
Bro,
all dirt is, huh?
You a black foot, not black dirt. Only people that got black feet is Africans. Because if you take your
hold on. They ain't got no Blackfoot tribes over there.
No, they ain't got the name of it, but every tribe in Africa, they feet is black, bro. They feet is black, bro. Even the bottoms of it is black. It's black. So when you say black,
yeah, but old boy Polight though, man. He I mean,
you know, RIP to Pan-Africanism. Bro, I'll beat up any one of you silly wabos in the chat. Don't nobody want none of big African power? Nigga, I'm smashing
so African power, is it true that African power, is it true that y'all came over here and y'all brought culture to the Americas?
Yes, sir, brother. Don't you like wearing hoodies? That's African. Don't you like eating chicken and watermelon and drinking juice? That's African. Don't you like hitting them drums? African. Your women like braids? African. You drink on Wednesday or Sunday, Saturday, any day? African. And so there's no matter how you slice it, you're an African, brother.
No. We call them cornrows. We don't call them braids. We created cornrows.
Oh my God, this nigga cutting up for real. Yeah, I was done with him the other night. I thought he was done with this shit. He ain't playing for real.
Yeah, nigga. Why would I play about my genetics, brother? And y'all playing with my ancestral lineage.
Okay, hold on. What tribe are you from then? And what country?
I'm actually mixed tribe. My mama's side is of the Cameroon family that came from Liberia. So my family is Grebo on my mama's side. And my daddy's side, which I'm closer to my father and them side, they come from South Africa, Pygmy, the Anagazi tribe. And I speak the indigenous click language. So now, what languages do you speak in your indigenous languages, Shaq?
You want to give me one? I don't know the name one, but I can say finna. All right. You know how to spell all right?
All right.
Yeah, you know how to spell that?
A-I-T or I-T-E?
No, I spell it. There's two ways I spell it. I spell it I-I-G-H-T and A-I-G-H-T.
Oh, no, them ain't real words, brother. And them come from Africa.
Huh? Finna.
I'll show you in our African language. It's the same way, brother. You might not even know. You look like a brother from Cameroon, Shaq. You look just like my uncle from Cameroon. His name is Ungabi. You don't know him, but you look just like him.
No, sir. Well, hold on. What kind of dishes do they cook in Cameroon?
I'm glad you asked that, brother. Fried chicken, watermelon, greens, cornbread, food.
Man, that's American.
No, and that's
so. Are you saying that Africa is in America?
Well, this, I'm glad you said that. This is part of Africa. This is actually what you would call Northwest Africa.
Because all those things that you named are things that are indigenous to America.
Right. It's indigenous to Africa, because American is the white boy name. See, you use the Amerigo Ben Spoochie name.
Okay, let me. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry, my brother. Speak. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just telling y'all. The only culture that you Black Americans got, which I'm a Black American too, but I'm tapped back into my roots. Ungawe. So, and for those that don't know, Ungawe is Swahili. I speak 3 different African languages. I speak Swahili, click, and I speak
What that
Gribble.
mean on God?
No, it means black power.
Okay.
Hold on.
Wait.
It means black power in
Yes,
Swahili?
sir. And Swahili. Yes, sir.
Hold on. Why would it mean black power in Swahili?
Because
Explain
the
that.
power that we see around the world, black. Even your God, before he said, let there be light, guess where he was sitting in? Darkness. That's Africa. So God is telling you he was in Africa before he turned the lights on everywhere else.
Now let me ask you this question. What color is indigo?
Blue. And you ain't no blue nigga. You ain't no motherfucking Smurf. You ain't an avatar.
Hey. Nah, it's some blue black niggas, blue purple niggas around there. Come on now. And the mother change colors on you.
In Africa. So who they describing when they came here? Africans. You just admitted it. So now let me ask y'all this. What type of houses did you build as a Blackfoot? Should I pull up what type of houses did a Blackfoot live in?
Pull them up.
All right, let's go to y'all primitive living. All right, Blackfoot, Indian.
Because we build houses out of brick. We build a lot of brick houses.
Not no damn Blackfoots.
Why not?
I'm gonna show y'all what y'all built. And I'm gonna show you that this is not your people and that you, sir, is stealing someone's culture, brother. And I'm here to help you get back to your roots.
I don't even think they use the word black on the continent of Africa, so I don't see how we correlate.
Your question, brother.
Can you put this on the screen?
I want African power.
I got you, brother. I'm waiting on A1 to share my screen so I can show you the way Blackfoots was living. A1 don't want me to give y'all this heat. A1 scared of the big African power.
That the majority of the Creek
nigga, you got control, nigga. The fuck.
All right, so listen.
This nigga right.
This is what Blackfoots live in, brother, and you don't look like this. You not. You's a Blackfoot,
oh
brother.
shit! Them real Indians right there. Oh, that's how real Indians was doing it. That's how they was doing it.
Big African powers here to smash on all wabos.
Now, how you fit all them people? How the fuck do you fit all them people in that little fucking teepee?
That's what I'm saying.
And how the hell you gonna put them people in Mississippi or Florida? That's below or Texas. That's below the sea level. When they motherfucking get flooded out, that's impossible.
Man, listen. How you gonna protect the flood? Let me count how many sticks they got.
So hold on, hey, they would have to put some TPs on stilts. You show me some TPs on stilts, then I might believe it.
But these are the Blackfoot, brother.
Yes, sir.
These are the Blackfoot. These don't even look like you, sir. What's going on? Look at this.
Oh, I'm Blackfoot and Creole mix.
Oh, you forgot to add that.
Yeah, I forgot to add that mix. Yeah, I forgot to add the mixture in there. Add mixture.
So listen, your Blackfoot family used 13 sticks for a house, bro.
Hey, so y'all real abos up here, man? Because I never really had a discussion with an abo.
Hell no, I ain't no elbow. My name Big African Power.
I know you ain't an abo, but I'm saying the other guys.
Yeah, they all wabos, bro.
Okay, hey, first, what's your name, bro? Introduce yourself to the panel.
All right, my name is Jahad Bell. I classify myself as an African.
Hotel, brother. Hotel.
And look, all y'all abos ate all the way pseudo and crazy because that whole grandma shit. I got the same exact shit in my family. Only thing that's a little different is they actually look mixed though. Like at least especially my great grandfather. Like I could tell he was a Mongoloid. He won't all the way black. So that's where it kind of confuses me. Like I think what we dealing with is like a small percentage of admixture, and majority of us though, like 90 to 70%, is gonna be straight African.
Now hold on, let me ask you a question. Were you born in Africa, on the soils of Africa?
Hey, real
Nah.
quick.
Well, you're not an
EP.
African then, bro. Stop playing games.
All right, so
So
hold up.
what would I
Let me
be
ask.
then?
Hold
You
up.
wouldn't be African when you're born in America.
Hold up, Shaq. Hold up. Say it. You said 70% of us would be African, right?
DNA, yeah.
DNA, right?
Yeah.
So what type of DNA would they be doing?
They like, as far as how I heard the science goes, like it is still like a work in progress kind of thing, because they got to get.
All right, so if it's a work in progress, so it's not absolute, right?
Yeah, I don't think nothing absolutes, but yeah.
So how do you know any of it is real? How do you tell me what part is real and what part of it is fake, since it's not absolute?
So
since they still, like, that's like you building a house, right? And you say, well, yeah,
they need the data as far as how
it ain't got to do with no data. Do you know how human species and other carbon species are, like? Do you know how they're tested? Do you know a piece of letters is 99% compatible to a human being? Do you have any ancient romaine letters, red leaf letters, radicchio letters, nigga, spring leaf? Are any of them related to your family?
Nah.
Spinach, nigga, escarole.
But
Listen,
I
bro,
mean, but like, there's a
let
lot
me
of
be
bro.
clear
All
about
right, so
this.
look,
This
let's
big
go to the
African
root of
power,
this shit.
bro.
Let's
We
go to
brought
the root of
all
this
the
stuff.
vegetables to America. We brought the corn. We brought okra, watermelon, greens.
On what boat? On what boat? Or what
Before
ship?
the boat and during the
AP,
boat,
we
bro.
got AAP, we got an MC up here, man. We gotta get on Aboriginal.
And I'm helping my African brother. Go ahead, brother. Get these brothers.
We gotta get on Aboriginal business, brother. We got a brother up here that sound like he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. So we gotta get back into it, man. So you gotta come on, bro.
Hey, go ahead, brother.
A question about the DNA right quick. Hey, when you get done, if you don't mind.
Come on, brother. This man.
Yeah, hey, brother. What you say your name was again, brother?
Jihad, like you just had something.
Jihad. Okay. Now,
like you just had say, you're a funny guy, yo. I like you. You're a funny guy, yo. You the funny
when
guy.
we talk about this DNA, right? Now, I'm gonna ask you a question, right?
What's
because
up?
we say this DNA is very. Did your grandmama or did your grandfather, did your great grandmama and grandfather take the DNA test? Do they have their DNA samples on file?
Probably not. No, I mean,
okay.
I've heard though, like if other family members take that shit, it's in the system and they can link you with other people that they got the DNA from.
Said, though.
Yeah, nah, they probably wouldn't have took it back then. But
All
I'm
right.
saying, like, if somebody else in my family has already taken it,
like
they would be able to link me to them. Like, apparently, that's how that DNA shit works.
Okay, so that's fine. So, have you found your real African ancestor? Anybody from Africa that with a name or a tribe or a shanty town that they live in that you can present?
Nah.
Okay.
And I get where you going with it, like, because it's just as like it goes on both sides. You know what I mean? Like, there's no proof for the African just as much as people like to go use that same logic for the native stuff. So I get what you're saying. But no, when I say no proof though, I ain't saying like we ain't got no proof. I'm saying we ain't got no connection because slavery and the slave ships and stuff.
Oh, okay. You must can't hear me. You don't know how we do around these parts.
Let my African brother on. He didn't hear you.
Nah. I'm on Aboriginal business, really, real talk. I just want to edify this brother with something, bro. I'm gonna let you come back in, but just be careful.
Hey, I know I'm on your panel. Can Big African Power say one thing before you go in on DNA, brother?
No, I ain't gonna go on the DNA, but go ahead.
Cause y'all saying DNA ain't real. But we just witnessed Brother Polight's DNA come back as accurate on this little girl.
That's fucked up, bro. Come on, man.
So is DNA real or not, bro?
Don't do that, man. Autosomal DNA is real. That's autosomal. Of course, your own DNA gonna connect you back to your own self, nigga. And that shit probably still came back 99.9%. But anywho, yes, autosomal DNA can tie you. And see, so now look, let's stay there. This is the angle these niggas trying to take. Oh, because your own DNA would test positive with your own DNA, therefore Cleopatra DNA can test positive back to your DNA. But that's what's called pseudoscience, brother. There's no ancestry DNA. Every individual who has that melanin DNA in them are all physical. It will all test positive when you test, like I told you, my brother Jihad.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Are you aware that there's black people in the South Pacific Islands?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Have you ever surveyed any of them people and seen if any of them people look like you?
Yeah, there's a couple of them that look like me.
Okay, do you know, did them people come from Africa?
I think that yeah, they got theories that they island hopped or something like that. Yeah.
We know a theory. So what's a theory? You think a person, like right now, right? Let's say right now, right? If you had to migrate, right? Would you migrate to the desert? Would you go live in Nevada in the desert?
Nah.
So for you to move, you have to be able to track the area to make sure that it's plentiful, in resources, right? So that you will be able to survive. You definitely don't want to be trying to migrate somewhere and you fuck around and end up in the desert, bro. Because that would be a nightmare.
Okay. I'm following.
You understand what I'm saying? Look, so when these people telling you people migrate, you think people walking? You think people actually walking? You think the people from Asia walk like they tell you what's the tribe in South Africa? The the Khoisan. You think the Khoisan literally walked from Asia all the way to motherfucking South Africa, nigga, across the Sahara Desert, nigga?
Nah, we had boats.
They ain't had no
They
fucking
Yes,
boat. These are
sir. We
Nah,
had
primitive.
both.
we nah, because a lot of science has proven like thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, niggas had boats in Africa,
The
and they just
Egyptians
went.
had boats.
So they just left from Asia and just say, you know what? Fuck it. All right, let's jump in a boat. So they were sitting back. I can see it right now. They were sitting back in Asia. They was like, you know what? One day we're gonna jump in a boat and we just gonna ride to nowhere. We don't know where we going. We don't know if we're gonna be able to survive. We don't even know if it's gonna be apex predators that's gonna put us at the top of the food chain. But we're gonna go there any motherfucking way. It might be dinosaurs, nigga. King Kongs might be inhabiting that landmass. But we just gonna go there. We don't know why we going there, but we just gonna go there. Do you
I
understand?
mean,
Do you
I
understand the
agree. Like,
lot
you know what I
miles to
mean?
go somewhere they
It don't
never
really
been
make sense, but they did do it.
just to go
They
there?
did what they did.
All right. So make sense of. Do you have enough data? Do you have enough data to come up with your own hypothesis? This is what we deal with over here. We research. So when you research,
Yeah.
you come up with your own hypothesis.
Brother,
So when you
we're
come up with
using
your own hypothesis, most of it is not going to correlate with mainstream academia. You are aware of that, right?
well, we use the white man's science and what they already did the work on. So all we got to do is present it. So if you
Okay,
not
all right.
if you don't got no real scholars from the universities, you understand that did this work that we use, and we don't care if they white. We got Dr. Ben too.
Okay.
So we got
All
boats that
right. So
came
let me
over
ask
here,
the
bro.
brother this. Man, them niggas ain't got no boats, man. But let me ask the brother this, right?
I mean, the white people out their
So
own mouth prove that. But yeah,
they did. Oh,
and
you
I'm
say
using the
that one more
main
time.
example.
Hold. Let the people know. Say that one more time. Because your brother, it's another Pan-African up here by the name of Big African Power that's helping you out. So say that one more time what you just said, bro.
I'm saying this ain't no, just from no black people saying it. Like white people, they've confirmed it. And
What
the
black
main
people would
example,
be saying it, there would be no black people saying it. You know why? Because all black, what they don't know, there will be black people saying it because all black people learn from European institutions. And even your historical black colleges are funded by the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, Peabodys, Barclays, etc. Nigga, do you understand this? Your whole education that you think you coming up here enlightening the gods has been introduced to you by people who are eugenics that want you to be inferior.
Oh
Do
hell
you
no!
understand?
The first African
You're not
school was
you're
by
not
Promise
educating us
Hall.
with nothing.
Say that again.
Promise Hall had the first African school, and he
And what
wasn't
was this at?
funded in
What
Philadelphia.
the first African school?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you talking about in America?
In America. So we brought the science from
I gotta
Africa
ask the brother,
to
do you
America.
concur? Do you concur with what this brother's saying up here, man? Africans today are
Jahad,
eating
you agree with
I
me?
mean
You
mosquito
agree
yeah,
with me,
sandwiches.
don't you?
what the first, yeah. I mean, I don't know who Thomas Hall is, but nah, yeah, I
Promise
can.
Hall. Promise Hall is Prince Hall's son. You know who Prince Hall is, right?
Nah, you got to educate me, brother.
Oh man, that's why I'm gonna give you my number and you can come build with Big African Power anytime, brother. I host real African studies, not none of this Wabo stuff. All right, but let's continue beating these brothers up because they gonna learn that they African today. All right. So
All right.
what pyramids do you got that can compete with the African pyramids? Any one of you Wabos can speak because we got Giza, Khufu, and Saqqara. Let's go. Oh, you see how I got the Wabos quiet, Jihad? That's why they call me Big African Power, bro. I put them to shame. Africa got the largest, greatest pyramids.
You standing on it, bro? You sure you don't want to retract that statement?
Hold on, who am I talking to? Is this an African hotel, brother? I say, I come in peace.
Halito.
That must be a Native American language that they say while they in them teepees.
Well, yeah, you can say I'm native too.
Okay, since you want to talk this pyramid stuff, what tribe you from, brother?
I'm from the Johnson tribe.
And we already pulled it up. That's your slave owner, brother. Them are white people. You hear this, Jihad?
Says who?
You got them, brother. I'm gonna let Jihad get this one. I'm gonna sit back. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, yo, Johnson's a European name, brother.
Straight up.
No
So
disrespect,
you can
but
confirm. You can confirm in the annals of history that Europeans came up with last names. Can you confirm that in the annals
I
of
ain't
history?
saying I ain't saying they came
Wait a
up with
minute, hold
last
on.
name.
Wait a minute. So where did the Europeans get the last names from? If you can't confirm that they the ones that they didn't originate with the Europeans, where did they get them from, bro?
My contention ain't with where the names originated. I'm saying like
If you say
European
that,
names.
hold on. If I utter a name and you identify that name with a particular demographic, then so you gotta substantiate that claim, my nigga. What we doing
Is
here?
there
Or we
is
just
there
is
any
this church?
Abos
Hold
and
on.
natives
Let me
named
ask you a
Johnson?
question, bro. Is this a church? Do I have to believe everything you say, or can you prove what you're saying? What we doing here, bro?
I got you. I got you. So I'll prove the Johnson one real quick. That's easy. I'll just look up your last name. Now I can't keep my face straight because that shit kind of crazy.
Do you know how many? It was over 500 tribes
I believe you on that. I do believe that. You know what I mean? It probably was
I'm talking
500
about
tribes.
that they that ain't necessarily federally recognized tribes. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I mean it
And
makes
there
sense.
are
Not all of them.
so-called surnames that are tied to those tribes.
Now, how did it get tied to them? Like if they're European?
Why you keep saying they're European?
Johnson's a European name, brother.
Well, you have to prove that.
Let
Name
me
it.
help
Name,
you out,
name it.
bro.
Hold on. Name it European Johnson though. I'll wait.
It's English.
Name one.
Johnson is a surname of Anglo-Norman origin, meaning son of John. Like it's in the name, Johnson, John. It is the second most common in the United States and the 154th most common in the world. As a common family name in Scotland, Johnson is occasionally a variation of Johnston, a habitational name or something. I don't know. Yeah. But that was just the etymology of where Johnson originated for you. It's Scotland. Son of John.
And you really believe that?
Man, if I don't believe this, then I'm gonna have to like throw everything out my head that I learned. Like, or white people even European? Then you know what I mean? Like that shit crazy, bro.
That's a great. Do you believe they're black Europeans or so-called black Europeans?
I believe there was Europeans and black people that was in Europe. I believe we probably
No,
been
no,
in
no. I
for
said, do you
thousands of
believe there
years.
was black
Yeah.
Europeans indigenous to Europe?
I ain't never seen them. I ain't gonna
You
say
ain't never
like
seen them.
when you say indigenous, you meaning like been there
You talking like
thousands and
German,
thousands and thousands of years. I'm saying like there's
German,
been black people that's
Greek,
lived there, like migrated back and forth.
Portuguese, people from Portugal.
Yeah, so the Portugal thing, the Moors came into Egypt like right before Columbus, and they were there. Well, not right before, they were there for 700 years, and then they left right before Columbus left.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Actually, Christopher Columbus was an African Moor.
Well, I ain't know about all. I don't know all that.
Look his name up, bro. His real name is Cristobal Colon.
Hey, you know
He's
what?
from
Hold up.
Italy.
Real talk. Hey, look. Hey, say that one more time. What you had said about the Moor shit.
Yeah. So look, the Moors, they controlled. Yeah. They controlled Spain and parts of Portugal from 700 AD to 1490, like 90 something. I think it might be 92. And if you look at it, it's literally the same year or the year before Christopher Columbus made his trip to America.
You saying so the Moors only the Moors only obtain what you call Spain, Portugal, and Morocco. That's the only place where the Moors is at?
That probably was more, yeah. I mean, not just them, but I'm saying like
have you not seen Moorish pictures in Russia, Germany, Britain?
I've seen
Greek,
that, but the question
Greek,
was, you think they
no.
indigenous?
Greek, Rome, or Italy, Sicily. Have you not seen and in the Middle East? Because that's where they telling you they came from, right? That's what the story is saying. That they the Arabs, so they was being in the Middle East as well, right?
Yeah,
that's all over Europe. That's not just in one designated spot. So you think that in 1492 they can say, you know what, fuck it, we're gonna be done with the Moors and we just entirely gonna abolish them out of this land? Or is it dealing with a religion that's trying to conquer people and want people to they want people to concede to their willing, which is Catholicism, right? You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I follow.
Okay. So in 1492, the people that was the Romans, they would have been Moors too, right?
Because they were, I mean, by default, because they were under Moorish
No,
rule, I
because
guess.
they was niggas. Because they was niggas. The motherfucking Holy Roman Emperor in 1500 was Charles V. He was a nigga. So he was a Moor. So they try to make it seem like, oh, they just the white people who was the Romans just uprose. They just kicked the Moors out, and people don't even understand that they're Moors too. They're not nothing else. Well, what other name do they got? And I'm not saying what other name, but there are other territories in which they will be by default be termed or whatever, right? They say the Romans, you never think about the Moors. You say the Greeks, you never think about the Moors. You say the Germans, you'll never think about the Moors. You say London, Britain, all that, you never think about the Moors or the English, right?
True.
So if the Moors was already in Europe, right? Where did the Moors come from?
North Africa.
North Africa, brother.
So before North Africa, where the Moors came from?
Well,
Congo.
technically they didn't exist before Islam, but yeah.
No. There's no Islam. How old is Islam?
Shit, it was started like 300 AD or something. Let me look it up.
Man, y'all gonna stop trying to gang up on my African brother. He up here doing this thing. Shout out to Jahad Ashe, brother.
Jihad and the rest of the people that's listening gonna get a Moorish history.
Bro, I thought you was an Aborigine, not a Moorish historian, bro.
Nigga, my people know how to follow astronomy and cosmology so we can transverse and travel. You know what I'm saying? We knew how to follow. We knew the celestial points to where we can travel at will. We weren't motherfuckers who was eating mosquito burgers, who was pissing and shitting in rivers, right? You know?
Don't disrespect my ancestors, brother. And all the fruit and resources come from Africa. The reason you see us doing that now is because the beast done came there and then destroyed my people.
That's a fallacy right there. The truth is, we took all the shit over there. The people had Nathan like Nathan hot dogs.
So when did Wabos bring stuff to Africa, brother? Let me hear this. When did Wabos bring stuff to Africa? Give me a date.
Before Africa was ever called Africa. Before
It's always been called Africa. Always since the beginning of time. Lucy is 3 million years old that said that she was an African.
Hey, my brother, hold up. Where'd Jahad go? Hold up. I think
he left. You don't kick him off, man.
No, my bad. I dropped. I'm by accident. My bad.
I was about to spaz. I was about to bug up, bro. I thought they kicked my African brother off.
Nah,
so what year was that? What year was that, Jahad?
610 Islam got created.
Okay. 610, right?
Yeah.
Islam is what? An Abrahamic religion, right?
Yes, sir.
That would have similarities to Judaism as well as Catholicism, right? Because Catholicism and Christianity is the same motherfucking thing, except one of them worships the mother, one of them worships the son. But all of the scriptures are primarily the same, right?
Allah was saying like everything in the book is his word as well, so they picked that up as well.
Okay. So that's not the Allah or Elo or Elohim, right? Don't come from no Romans. These are all, like, honestly, Rome controlled all four religions: Catholicism, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Except the religions that's coming from the Hindus or coming from India, right? But check this out. So where did the Moors? You said the Moors came from North Africa. That's it. They didn't come from nowhere else, and they started. So Islam had the power to go into Europe where the barbarians and the great Romans and all these people was at, and just take over and just live there for almost 800 years. You know what that means? And what would you think the population of Moors? What, they only 100,000 went into Europe? No, them people was already there. White people, they're trying to make up from where they wasn't. Europeans was not in Europe naturally.
So are
Europeans
you
are not
saying?
indigenous.
So are you saying, my Walbo brother, is that the African Moors actually are from Europe?
Nope.
That's what
The
you
people
just
from
said, sir.
Now, what I'm actually saying is the people from Barbaria and Iberia, or if you want to call it Al Andalusia, all the way up into the west, going into what they call Tartar or Tartaria. These people was that them lands was inhabited by people who left from the Americas, to be precise and approximate.
What?
Yes.
So the Moors are Americans, which makes the ancient Egyptians and the ancient Europeans Americans too. That is pseudo, brother.
Damn, son. I
That
ain't
is
hear that one in a long
pseudo.
time. He said
Nigga.
pseudo. Oh, shit. A nigga did a remix single. Oh, shit. Damn, that's how you doing it? A nigga did a remix single.
Yeah, bro. So listen, bro. We know that the Moors are African. Like you can pick any spot, it doesn't matter. But what we do know is they the custodians of the Kemetic science.
Not necessarily, because the Kemetic science is the Amaru science. It's a science in the Americas.
Tony Metro, you can't prove nothing with genetics besides that you got African genetic markers, brother. Hit the link and come talk to Big African Power.
There you go, right
Nigga,
there.
I'm the top
All right.
scholar of all
Could
time.
I ask y'all a question for the abos? All right. So how does this narrative work if you have people like 100, 200, 300 years describing us as Africans?
Right. They call us Africans since they met us. A1. Talk about it.
And we ourselves called ourselves Africans too. So I was like, I don't know.
My dude, show me something with that timeline.
We got the census. We got the 1700, 1800 census. We
Africa
African.
ain't no older than 300 years. There's no group of people throughout that large continent that all came together and say, you know what? We should all be called Africans. Because even the Africans that's over here today don't even go by that. They say, oh, I'm from Nigeria. Well, I'm from Ghana. Well, I'm from here. I'm from there. They don't even submit to that whole thing of them all being Africans and all being the same people.
And what do you
That's a
consider
European.
yourself? An American? Are you an American?
I'm a rule, man. I'm an Atantan.
That's a Native American name. They got that from
Nah,
Iberia. Siberia.
the Native Americans that you get showed, that's Native American. My people had buildings.
What's
My
your
people
tribe
was
you with? What tribe you with? I'm about to look your tribe up now. It hit different.
Yamasee,
I'm about to look them
Pimlico,
up.
Aniawea, Creek, and all that just saying. So I'm gonna say
All right.
Muskogee.
I'm gonna look up the Creek. Creek Indians. These better look like your peoples, bro. I'm pulling them up now. Oh man. Oh man. I don't even want to do this to y'all. I don't even want to do this to y'all wild balls. I don't want to do this to y'all leader. Pull my screen up, brother, if you can. I know it's gonna dagger you real bad. I don't want to do this to you, but if you can pull my screen up. Oh, here goes some Creek Indians. These ain't your peoples, brother.
These are your peoples. Come on, man. Come on, Ahanu.
That's
These
a
are Creeks.
motherfucking photo shoot right there with some mestizos posing to be aborigines. Them people are living west of the Mississippi.
These are Creek
What?
Indians.
Them not Creek. No way, shape, form, or fashion are them Creeks.
But that's what I looked up, bro. They saying the government is saying that these are the Creeks. So you got some
They
explaining
say,
to do, Mr. Creek.
who is they that's referencing the government saying that they the Creeks?
The people who gave us all this scholastic DNA science and science that we use.
Creeks are Negroes.
Man, that's
Creeks are
pseudo.
niggas.
That's pseudo. Let me show you. Let me look up
That's the
another.
pseudo what you.
Hold on. Let me look up another one. I'm gonna give you another chance. I'm gonna give you another one. I'm about to give you another one. Let me look up another one for you. Hold on, I got you. Give me 2 seconds. I'm about to pull up some of your peoples. Uh, look, hold on. I'm about to show you. Damn. Boy, you lucky I couldn't click the one I wanted. All right, so we got one for you. Pull my screen up, mister. Is this your people's then? Let me show this one. Cause this one might be able to help you. This one of your people's? Now is this more like it?
She could be a Negro though, honestly.
This
She
a
could be a
Man,
Negro.
indigenous. This is an African from Zimbabwe. This is
I
a
mean,
Zimbabwean.
she could be a Negro though. Big Aboriginal power or big
African, bro.
African
Big
power.
African, bro. Don't
She could
disrespect. I'm not no
be a
wild
Negro.
boat, bro. I'm not no wild
She
boat,
could be
bro.
a Negro. But now I'm looking at her. Now I'm looking at her eyes. You're right. She do got the African look or whatever.
So she look
But she
more
can
like
be. She
you
can definitely.
than a
I done seen sisters.
mestizo. So she look more like you than a mestizo do.
Nigga, what that got to do with the price of the tea
Cause
in
you said,
China, nigga?
cause you not
Where
no
you bringing
Creek.
this up?
The Creeks don't look like you. The African do. You an African. Case closed.
hey, the fact that you use a
You said the
Negro,
Creek.
he look like a Negro is proof. Cause like all the Negroes are in Africa. So it's like, I don't know.
So
That's it.
if you black, you come from Africa. If you hear about a Negro term on the people, they African.
You said all the Negroes come from Africa, Jihad?
Tell
Yeah,
them,
I mean,
John.
bro, we can't have more than one origin. Like, it's not like niggas just grow out the ground. So it's like we
But
have
you
to
said, but the origin is coming from who? Have you ever heard?
Africa, because it's like
No, no, no,
you
no,
it's
no, no,
going
no, no. Fam, money
statistically,
grip, money
listen, hear
grip.
me out real quick.
Listen, no, no,
Statistically,
no,
it
no,
would
no, no,
have to
no,
be
no, no,
where
no, no,
most
no.
of us are. Like how we
Nah, brother. Listen. Okay, the whole Americas was inhabited by Negroes and the islands that could join around them, right? So let's just stick there. Let's stay with that, right? Plus, Australia was all Negroes. Plus, the South Pacific Islands are all Negroes. And as we just found out as of 4 or 5 years ago, when you go further up, even in India, where the Sentinel Islands at, them are Negroes too. So the information you got is white people came up with a history to contain all different ethnicities and say Africans came from Africa, Europeans came from Europe, right? Indians came from East Asia, right? Asians came from Asia, right? And then when they tell you Asians came from Asia, right? They show you white Asians. They don't even really show you the South Pacific Islanders.
Cause
You
them
gotta really
Africans,
research. You gotta really research to even find them. They
They
don't
put them
even
in a
get say,
different category, I think. They
nah,
put them in
they
like
can't put
Pacific
them. They
Islanders.
the original. They the original Asians. They the
Yeah,
no,
I
they
ain't
original
go.
not.
Asian.
Yeah, you probably right on that. Yeah.
They the original Asians, my dude.
No. The
Cause look,
original
look.
That's why I'm
Asians are
trying to tell you.
Africans.
Now that you
A
saying that,
big
I've seen
aborigine, a big
videos.
African pound about to mute you, man.
All right,
Keep
man.
promoting that bullshit over here, man. We had a nut Shaq, man. Do you hear this shit, man? We got niggas like Big Aboriginal Power. Now, Jahad, you being a good sport, man. But this joker, Big Aboriginal Power, been coming up here for months and months and months with these same shenanigans, man.
Hey,
Like, you gotta listen, brother. What you need to do is come home and become an Aboriginal.
let me say my slogan that everybody started using before I got out of prison. A organized lie defeats a unorganized truth every time. Ooh wee. I'm
You
muting.
rubbing heads with you rubbing heads with that nigga, man. That said he was smoking coke and blunts.
I'm the reason he not doing that no more, brother. I raised his kundalini, brother.
Hey, I'm my own man. You know what I mean? But you know,
Yo, I'm about to mute this nigga, man. He fucking yo, I can't even damn. So you the reason why that nigga okay, all right, I got you. Now I ain't gonna play at that nigga like that, cause that nigga like, shit, getting clean
Bro, nah,
is
he been
good.
clean for over 20 years. He got a
Sobriety,
bookstore
sobriety.
and he doing his thing. Shout out to my brother, God Killer, Ungawe, brother, Black African Power.
Okay, all right. So my brother, do you understand what's going on here?
I see. I follow the picture you painted. Us being
Can you
scattered.
prove to me you are African, nigga? Do you believe it was black people already in America before 1492?
I believe not currently where we at. At most, we probably would have been like South
No,
America or
don't
the
give me no
Caribbean.
estimation because you ain't got no statistics to prove it. Do you believe it was black people in America before 1492? That's what's being presented to you, brother. You can't deviate
Nah,
and create. You can't create no other. So you don't believe it was no black people here before 14? Okay, all
No,
right.
sir.
So that's great. So
I
are
believe
you? Do
black
you?
people came here before that. Like we've been here, but I'm
No,
saying
no,
like
no. They came here and did what? They came here and looked around and said, "Let's go back to Africa."
No, we
pretty
built the
much, yeah.
pyramids here, sir.
We
So
gave culture, trading, and shit, and then we
what
bounced. Yeah.
culture? What culture? We know there's no African culture.
Hey,
So
go ahead and tell him, Jihad. Tell him the culture, brother.
a lot of like the Olmec, and like I ain't do no deep studying and
They
all this,
just look
but
like Africans. That's the only
not even
connection you got. So
not just
Africa,
that
so
though.
the Olmecs did what? Didn't the Olmecs build pyramids?
They were the first
Did
civilization
they did
in.
they build pyramids? Yes or no?
I don't know.
You said no?
I don't think so. I don't think so. No.
Okay, they did build pyramids. That's that's a fun fact. Okay, they
All right,
did.
I got you. I got you.
You know what I'm saying? They
But
did build pyramids. So
what?
so so if they came from Africa, what part of Africa did they come from?
Congo.
I would
Congo?
suggest the Egypt because like that's got similarities with the culture.
Great. All right. So now check this out. Do you know? Fun fact again, right? Do you got your pen, paper? The
Yeah, I got
pyramids
some.
the pyramids in America are older than the pyramids
No,
in
they not.
Egypt.
Prove it, brother. That's bullshit. You just saying a bunch of pseudo shit at this point. Show us. We don't believe that, Jihad, do we? Pyramids in America older than Africa's, bro.
Yeah,
Who the
because
fuck
now
I'm not.
believes
the
that
Olmecs
shit?
ain't even that old. I mean, they old, but not as old as Egypt.
I'm
So
gonna say
nah.
it to you again. I'm gonna say it to you again, young grasshopper. The pyramids in America are older than the pyramids in Egypt, brother. That shit hit different, don't it? That shit hit different when the pyramids in America are older than the pyramids in Africa, right? That's a totally different spin on everything that you thought you knew, right?
And
if you can
if that's
prove it to
true,
us.
I would attribute that to the Africans.
You
Or
would contribute. How
Africans.
could you contribute? So Africans came and created the first prototype off their land on a foreign land.
Only because when I say African, I mean
You
like
making hypotheses as you come up with this shit, fam. Let's be for real. I ain't gonna entertain
no.
you.
Because look, I'm using logic.
I'm not even gonna entertain you. Your
Caucasian
logic is
skin,
not
and
based.
also
Your brother, your logic is not based by facts.
well,
You bringing a
That's because you
hypothesis.
don't know what's in
You're
my
trying
head. I'm
to.
using stuff that I
You're
know.
trying. You never heard this before, so you're not even an expert, or you don't even know what you're talking about. So therefore, what you're supposed to be doing is going to get resources so you can learn what the fuck I just said. You sitting up here debating some shit you never even heard of. And trying to come up with logic, being logic and rational about it. That's the first mistake you making. Now you up here with gods. I consider myself to be a god. So I'm not really going to really entertain because I can see your level of what you know and what you don't know. So it's like we actually I'm up here giving you real information and we sitting there. You know what you could do for right now? We got another brother on the panel. I want to see what he's talking about. Just sit back and just if you want to take notes, just take some notes, bro. Other brother just came on the panel. Brandon, what's up, bro? Brendan,
Yeah,
what's up?
Brendan, what's going on,
Hotel,
y'all?
brother. Hotel.
Hey, this is my first time catching the live stream on my feed, and y'all talking about history and things like that, and our people, and honestly, just referencing what y'all was just talking about, people being here. I personally believe that the people in Mexico, the Mayans and the Aztecs, they had all the gold. The Native Americans did not know that it was gold on the West Coast. So I don't believe that it was a lot of people that had discovered that West Coast. They
Hey,
they, they was they was not concerned with that. Everybody knew about gold except the Indians for some reason. And I'm confused on that.
you mind if
So
I
what
talk
about
to
the
this
people in
wild boy
Florida?
brother? Okay, go
Hold
ahead.
on one
Huh?
second. What about the people from Florida all the way to Texas and through the Yucatan and through South America and the Caribbeans?
Where they let Cortez come in and mess that up for them.
You believe that? You believe some foreigner just came on the land of the gods and just did what the fuck he wanted to do? Or
Hell
is that
yeah.
a story? Is that a story that makes you inferior and make them superior?
No, I believe that he came and his
So you
exploits
believe?
that he did.
Do you know the military confines that the great Amaru had? Do you know we had ports and forts on the mouth of every river, and we invented lighthouses, nigga? So what? Nobody just pulling up doing what they fucking wanted to do. That's a story that's told by the Europeans to make you think that the people over here was weak. Now let me explain something to you, right? The whole number system that the world is using today came from here, nigga. 029 came from the Americas, nigga. We was master navigators. We was master traders. We had trade routes from here all the way through Asia and all the way through Europe and all the way through Africa, nigga. So you don't know, you have no clue on what took place here, bro. We was
So how
doing
did they
brain surgery.
so how did we fall out of power then?
We fell out of power because the Slavics was our slaves. White people was our slaves. And after
Okay.
1865, when they freed them, because they realized that no Slav can own land in the Americas. Only people who can own land here are us, are the Atanchans, are the people who land it is. So once they figured that out, and then a lot of the Slavs was descendants of black slave owners who was fucking their mother and created them and never manumissioned them. So that grew a sense of jealousy. That made a lot of them go into a lot of these secret societies and create these secret societies to overthrow us so they can be free. So you get these race riots, the Tulsa. Oh shit! A black man smacked a white woman on her ass, and therefore they ran it. No. All the white women wanted the niggas. Number one, white women was giving it up. Jack Johnson was rolling around 7 deep, 7 white women, and he was riding around chilling, nigga. So let's stop playing. They telling you history to make you feel like you inferior and they superior. They don't want you to know your people enslaved them. And that shit didn't just happen with the Moors in Europe. The Moors in Europe got it from what was going on over here. These people were substitutes.
So why do Africans act like they don't know how we got over here?
Brother, I talk to Africans. You have to talk to Africans direct.
Exactly.
Go on my channel, and you will see me talking to an African brother who tell you it was black people already in America. They all know. And when you talk to the Caribbeans, most of the Caribbeans know that they was already in the Caribbean. I talk to these people. They don't tell me about no slave trade.
Who made guns?
Who made guns? We did.
So you saying black people made guns?
Yes, that's a fact, nigga. We
why were Africans selling black people to Portuguese for guns?
If you believe that story, see the fact of the matter is, once again, the Portuguese in the 1500s was port of Gaul, and these was niggas. Spain was niggas. London and
can I give
British
him one
was
too,
niggas.
A1?
Rome, hold on, let me just finish it off. London and British was niggas. All that was niggas, nigga. So it wasn't no white Portuguese going into Africa. It wasn't even no Africans in West Africa. So they even lying to you about that story. So all of the history we being told, everything you read in the book is contaminated, bro. And it's contaminated by the minds of people who was taught by eugenics. Everybody from the 1900s on to now who write these books and write these articles, they all under eugenics. They all coming in telling you, oh, the reason they took over America because the people of America didn't know what to do with the land. Then you find castles, pyramids, you find a science over here that, man, it's come on, man. It's like, I'm just like, I don't even really, it gives me heartache by me even reminiscing this shit, bro. Knowing what we had over here and they lying to us, tell us we from some primitive Africa when we the gods here. Everybody want to be like us. Everybody want to be like us. All the inventions came from us. All of the inventions, the car, the motorcycle, the elevator, the motherfucking washer, dryer, the stove, the air. Come on, man. Ain't no Africans invent nothing. What's in your house that you got from African, except that African mask you got from the African antique store, nigga? Nothing.
Oh, so hold on, A1. Let me say this. Hey, but for real though, I talked to a guy, like I said, from Gambia, man. And he told me, I think he said he was with the Fulani tribe or something like that. But he actually told me that they had enslaved some Portuguese in Gambia.
Yeah, they brought them back to Africa and Spanish.
So I mean, you know,
you
so
saying
yeah,
that
the Khan tribe
had them enslaved.
The Khan was slave. They were slave owners.
What year?
They were slave catchers. The
Give
Khan.
me a year. Give me a year. Give me a year. Number one. I just want a year, just so I can kind of like play devil's advocate, if you will.
Now I didn't get the year A1 from this particular gentleman.
So I'm assuming a year has to be anywhere in the area of 1492 until 1800. So if the years around that time, even at that point in time, wasn't in the 1800s, wasn't no white people running the world. There are no European, brother. I'm telling you, brother. There are no European history. There's no the barbarians is niggas, the Vikings is niggas, the Romans is niggas.
So you think Napoleon Bonaparte was a nigga?
Napoleon Bonaparte is Toussaint, nigga. Toussaint. Middle name is Napoleon. Now why the fuck would a Haitian name his son after the fucking enemy?
Could they sold us out?
No, because you don't understand history. They telling you your history is in doubt. You think I'm just making this shit up? I'm telling you.
Hey, could I ask you a question? So you said that white people were slaves here in America and they got freed, you know.
Wasn't no white people slaves, man.
But look, I just want to ask them. Look, so 1864, when Abraham Lincoln writes that has the Emancipation Proclamation to free, you saying that freed white people, that didn't free black people. That's what you're saying?
Free white
I
people.
thought that was about money.
Slave, the word slave itself, brother, is dealing with a Slavic people. The Slavic people is the people that you recognize as being Europeans, brother. Europeans are not indigenous to Europe. They was created, brother. The history, man, like I said, I don't really want to really go
I
into
put a
it.
link in the back too for what you was asking for.
I didn't seen all the links, man. I'm just Mr. Know-It-All at this point in time. I didn't see all the history. I didn't see all the pseudo shit that people put up there that Europeans rewrite. Understand something when I'm trying to tell you. They have an agenda. They had an agenda from the 1900s to make you inferior. That's why they tell this story about when they pulled up to everybody was just fucking Mother America. The Dutch was pulling up. The British was pulling up. This person was pulling. They lying. They got forts on every fucking river so nobody can just pull up. We transversing the goddamn. I don't care about none of that. We transversing the goddamn world. I don't have time to read them sources.
No. Let me give him a book to go look at. Right. This book was authored in 1896 by Frederick, I think, Hoffman. I think that was his last name. But the book is called Traits and Tendencies of the American Negro. Now, this is what they was a lot of the stuff that they was doing. They constructed. This is with the medical industry. That if they can somehow create a 20% difference in the so-called what they was calling American Negroes in the medical industry, or be able to obtain a medical insurance and get adequate medical care, that they would extinct us, brother. So they was strategizing. You know what I mean? That strategy is still going on to this day to extinct what they consider the American Negro.
But
And
that's going
just on the
against
medical,
them though. That's coming to bite them in the ass with the opioid crisis and shit. I mean, it ain't like they getting away clean off of that shit either.
No,
it ain't none of that shit gonna bite you in the ass until you realize the history and what was done. So it's like at the end of the day, if you still subject yourself to saying that you was a slave in 2023, then we know you need therapy and you need psychological shock treatment. If you still think you was a slave and you got people doing their genealogy showing you that none of their people was ever slaves, nigga. They're people from the time that they claim they got here. Remember the story. See, I think the problem is that niggas need to watch Roots and shit to remember what they was telling you. And that same story from Roots is what trickled down the line of history that got us to where we are at now.
Hey, can I break something down?
Hold up, brother. Once you find out Roots is fake, Roots was made. That is the figment of someone's imagination. That is not real. It's not real.
Can I speak to that?
African power.
Cause that's some pseudo wabo shit. First of all, you teach genealogy, learning about your family tree, and at the bottom of that family tree is Roots. Roots, the movie, was trying to show you where your roots and your family tree go back to. It different.
So you believe your family existence on this continent came via some motherfucking white people scoping out the fucking coast of the land and snatching you up and bringing you back to a place where they don't understand the cosmology or the astronomy for them to even plant a goddamn seed, nigga.
Listen,
you have to know your surroundings for you to be able to plant something, nigga. That's why people.
That's why we so strong. Cause we learn fast. We learned
My dude.
fast. We went through
My
the
dude.
struggles. We are strong descendants of slaves, and that's why I represent the RBG Black Nationalist ADOS movement, bro. We are descendants of slaves. And now you trying to make up this bullshit like white people was enslaved? That is pseudo.
Listen, Money Grip, you barking up the wrong motherfucking tree tonight.
I
At
ain't gonna
all.
lie. White people was slaves back in the days, but in America, as we know it, the United States, a confederacy of America. I don't remember white men in particular ever being
That's what I'm
enslaved.
trying to tell him. He's talking pseudo.
Now
What
we
white
go
man?
back, we go back to the motherland and shit. Like then, yeah, they had white men that were slaves and shit, but not in this current day,
No,
modern
they
day.
wasn't slaves, Brandon. See, you must be one of these coons, bro. We banging on that beast. They was indentured servants.
What's the difference?
That means they got land and right. Indentured service like being in a printer program. You ever been to a printership where you learn some skills from the motherfuckers who got it?
Yeah.
Same thing, same thing. See, Africans didn't get that choice. We had to learn by observation, and we had to build America. We built this country, Africans. So, what tribe are you from, Brandon?
Oh, I don't know all that type of stuff.
But you look like
You
you
don't
from
know.
Camp Maroon. You see, I can look at you and tell what tribe you from.
I mean, I'm
Hold
from
up, big
Louisiana,
African
man.
power. Hold up, big African power. Hold up. Brandon. Now, I
Yeah,
ain't seen you on, I done been over there with you on Top Cat channel a couple times. So, all right, so you don't know where your family from? You don't, I mean, do you identify as an African or descendants of Africans or anything of that sort?
I know this. I identify on the census as an African American. What I will say is my grandfather and my parents and stuff like that, they from Mississippi, and on my dad's side, his grandmother was a slave.
How
So
you know
that's
that? How you know she was a slave?
because before she died, she told them, and they told me. That's
We heard that conversation between you and your grandmother, and I wasn't impressed, brother. Your grandmother didn't really answer the questions in the way that you were saying it. I remember that conversation, brother. So your grandmother said she was Cherokee, right?
on my mom's side, yeah, she think that.
The
On my
one you
dad's
called
side,
that
though,
day on the phone, the one you called on the phone. What did she tell you she was, Brandon?
I don't know. You confusing me because I'm not sure what you're talking about.
You called your grandmother up one time, brother. I was on the platform, and you was asking your grandmother. Your grandmother was saying that her father was a slave and her mother was Indian. Remember the
No, you got
conversation?
me confused with somebody else.
Yeah, you got my brother
Okay.
confused.
Yeah, I think you was a different Brendan.
Oh, all right. Nah.
This my
You might.
first time ever seeing you brothers on here.
Oh yeah,
Oh, all right.
hotel,
I'm
brother,
sorry.
Brandon, hotel, brother. I'm big
So
African power, smashing all wild balls.
so your family from Louisiana, right?
Louisiana, Mississippi, yeah, South.
So how do you know your family was how do you know you have slaves in your family?
Well, because before my dad's grandmother passed away, she told me that was what she was doing. You know, her parents were slaves and stuff like that. You know,
Your grandmother told you. How old was your grandmother?
when she died, this is my dad's grandmother, not my grandmother, but my dad's grandmother. She died in like her 80s, 90s, something like that. And that was a while ago. That was back in the early 2000s,
And she
if I remember.
actually did she and so look, all right. So
I could tell
did
you this
she
though, she
word it
could
like,
not
yeah,
read. She could not
yeah,
read.
all right.
So
That she could read a different science. She couldn't read literature as we read now, but
right.
she could read a different science. She was able to raise kids. She let her be 90 years old. Motherfuckers who got 20 PhDs don't let her be 90.
That's true. I know a few.
So what's more important? All right. So look. So your grandmother, when you spoke to her, right? I'm getting these downloads, right? Your
Mm-hmm.
grandmother, when you spoke to her, she actually told you, she was like, yeah, my people work the field. She was
Mm-hmm.
saying it in that. She was saying her people work the field. She didn't really tell you her people were slaves. She just told you my people we worked on the field, we worked on the farm, that type of talk, right?
Yeah, yeah, I get, yeah. In a nutshell, yeah.
All right, so obviously right now, right? I got a garden. Guess who gonna have to work it?
You,
Hmm?
I say you.
Can you hear me? All right,
Yeah, I
the
see.
same thing, the same thing your grandmother. Your grandmother was part of a family that had a system. And part of the main system is nutrients, food. Without no food, you ain't doing nothing. Without no nutrients, there's nothing happening, nigga. Nothing. You have no energy, no calories, right? So therefore, the most important resource that one must sustain first is an adequate supply of food and water, too, right?
Right.
That's the first thing you must sustain. So a farm is a ongoing sustainability of nutrients because you constantly reproducing it.
I'm following you.
So when your grandmother said she was a slave, or she never actually told you she was a slave. She actually told you her family, or yeah, I worked on a farm. And then then you look at what they tell you from our people working on the farm, and no one never comes into understanding that yeah, your people had to work on the farm so you could have food. It wasn't working on the farm for some white man. So a white man, did you ever think that them so-called produce that your family was producing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was part of a bigger system that was dealing with trade that our people had something to do with. Because what would be the need for all Europeans to grow all of this shit, right? Let's say in reverse. Europeans brought us here. What would be the reason they got corn? They got all not just remember they try to tell you tobacco, cotton. I be forgetting, right? But then you got an adequate supply of all these other different produce,
Right.
right? So the European was just growing all this shit for what? Feed all the he was the one doing trade? No. We was the ones doing trade. And them farms your grandmother worked on was her family farm or her family gardens or her family plantation. Plantation ain't nothing but a large farm.
But a lot of
So
I
like I said,
blame, but
once
I
again, man,
blame
these
us
people are
for
a lot.
that though. I blame us for that because
You
once we
can't, you
came
can't
out of
blame
that,
for you can't blame a blind
because
man
because
for what
black
he can't
people
see.
abandoned that mentality to chase behind the white man. Black
Well,
people
in
abandoned all
some
that to
cases,
chase
a lot of
behind vanity.
in some cases, brother, because a lot of cases, what happened was these militia groups ran into our town. If that didn't work, they created these deeds to create. I mean, well, then again, I'm sorry. If that didn't, when the militia groups ran into your town, that didn't work. Then what happened was the government of Slavs that came together that ran another plan, another scheme on us to come around and say, "Oh, we can protect you. We can help you. We can help you. Let's just put a deed on your land and we can help you." Right? The deed
Mm-hmm.
locks you into the government, puts you under the jurisdiction. Once you're under the jurisdiction, now they can tax you, right? And now they can
Right.
take your land legally and they can claim it as abandonment, abandoned land. That's what they do. Even they do that to now. When you can go right now to a city ordinance, city hall or whatever. You can get a list of properties. And a list of properties, you'll be able to see the abandoned properties from the vacant properties.
So this is my
You
thing. When
understand what I'm saying?
we go back to the original thing that we was talking about, though, a lot of the stuff that you was originally saying has been lost on black people. The spiritual power, the spiritual essence, the understanding of portals, of powers, of all those things, that shit is lost chasing behind the vanity of the white man.
Not
That's what that's
necessarily
what
though. Not
that's what
necessarily.
we're
You
referencing.
open
That's what we're referencing as far as modern day, why the white man have not been a slave in the modern day.
but you
Because
look at it like this, right? We just gotta look, check it out, Brandon. We just
Mhm.
gotta challenge that energy in another way. We have to challenge that energy into other things, the things that was important before, like having a farm like your grandmother and living to be 90 years old, outliving people before we was outliving people. So that's a how do you want to say shit? That's a what's the name to live to be 90 years old, bro?
like a blessing or
You know
like a power.
a bless. I mean, well, you see a lot of people go within that time, right? But for you to live and to see it, you know what I'm saying? That's a blessing, brother. And like I said, that's not like you ain't like she died of natural causes. You know what I'm saying? And you can't even really see she died of natural causes. Like most people like that live to be old like that, they don't die no chronic diseases. They just pass away in their sleep.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They don't die of no chronic diseases. She gets passed away. She had a peaceful death.
Yeah.
She wasn't in no motherfucking what they call them shits like where they be putting people in
ICU and shit and
not ICU, but like an aftercare, like when people
oh
get
yeah, old
older,
folk. Nah, we don't really do that
retirement,
shit.
yeah, old folks home or yeah, hospice,
Nah,
exactly.
she was
So
moving around and
your
cooking
people,
and all that shit.
she probably can do a fucking Michael Jackson's backspin, nigga, and a moonwalk to go with it. These people would still work, bro. Listen, the slaves, man. I'm telling you, brother. Like when you talk about, well, I ain't saying slave, but our people, because we was connected to the soil, we only ate the best things. How somebody and like I said, even at that point in time, some of them people we ate pork, and she still lived to be 90 years old.
I do think that Africans sold us out to this motherfucker though. That's something I personally
Man,
believe.
ain't no Africans, man, sell you out, nigga.
They
We're so
all them countries over there in Africa, they know what the fuck they did. They don't
we
like to
ain't
talk
them, my
about it.
dude.
I
They
know
don't
we
want to
not them.
talk
I
about it
don't
because
personally think
they don't
I don't
know about it though. They don't
they
know about it. That's why they don't talk. They
man
don't, brother. My dude, look, my dude. I got 2.5 college degrees. I've talked to Africans. I've been in classrooms with Africans. Most of the black people I've been with in a classroom, I thought most of them was black Americans, but I found out that they was all either Caribbeans or Africans.
yeah, that's true.
And
That's
I
true.
and I'm the
Jamaicans,
only
Haitians.
and I'm the only motherfucker. I'm the only motherfucking Aboriginal in the classroom. So it's like, come on, bro. I've spoken to these people. They don't know about no slave story until they come to America.
That's some
Like
dirty ass
I'm
shit though.
telling you, you
That's some
talk to these.
dirty ass shit though.
No, they don't even. Yeah, they don't know. They don't know about it because it never happened. It didn't
Nah, that
happen
shit
over here,
happened. Them
brother.
motherfuckers
They,
getting lied to.
brother, the
They sweeping that
people,
shit under the
and
rug
then
to the
listen,
younger generation. That shit that they doing in
my
Florida,
dude,
where they
the
about to
worst
start in
thing.
Florida, they about to start
Yeah,
making it where they tell the kids that slavery was good for black people. That's the shit they do to them Africans over there. That's all that shit
brother.
is.
Why them even addressing and telling you slavery was good for us? This is listen. Let me explain something to you, brother. The word, like I said, most black people never look the word slave up. But when you look the word slave up, it's going to lead you down a long road, and your realization that you can't ever be a slave, nigga. They're lying to you about your being a slave, nigga. That's the first thing that make you well. That's the one of many things that make you aware to that these people they have an agenda. This is just not like, oh yeah, they brought you here. No, 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 no. These people was born here, and these people was worked on these plantations, and they're trying to hide their history because they can't continue to do what they doing to you if you know exactly what happened to you. Oh, we going on 4 hours, man. Support the channel, man. Like the build, share the build out, and all that good stuff, yo. If you like to support, the Cash App is at the bottom. Let's continue, man. Start off with Polight, but now we going down. We got Big African Power on the panel. We got Jihad, my brother Jihad, Brandon, and my brother Shaq. So
I can I say on that Polight situation? I missed that part of the stream, but I was disappointed. Not that I should have any expectations of no another man, but I was disappointed just to see how that whole situation played out. Because Polight was one of the first black dudes that I ever seen, you know, having multiple wives and talking about certain things in a certain aspect. And just to see him go out like that, it's just like, damn, is that, I don't know. It's just like, damn, my nigga, what you really doing? You really fucking with them underages, you know? Like, golly, nigga, you got like
but
5 wives and shit.
Hey, look, but Brandon, right? Brandon, let me ask you, Brandon, how old are you?
I'm 28.
You're 28. All right, so check this out. If you had 3 wives, right? You have a person with 1 wife, and they be married forever, right? Even though the husband, right? But the husband, hopefully he ain't doing no pervert shit like what Polight did. Like I'm kind of, I feel the same way you feel too, because Polight was intelligent. He's a real intelligent brother, and to see, like, you know what I'm saying, how you know how he turned out. It's just that, you know, it seemed like it's funny, like we laughing and shit, but it's like, you know, at the end of the day, he was an intelligent brother. I keep it a buck. But to see a nigga end up like that and do some degenerate shit, I'd rather see him rob a bank and go to jail or some type of shit like that, other than go out the way he.
I agree, because it's like, this shit kind of come across as a setup, like, but my nigga, if you, excuse my language, but if you a grown man going out with a teenage, yeah, if you going out with a teenager to the club and all this stuff, like, that's a teenage girl, like, is they telling the truth about this case, and why can't you dispel this for us to make it make sense? It's just coming across as guilty, like, where was all your wives at and shit?
They was in coerce with him.
And that's the part that I'm kind of,
and I believe charges might even be trumped up against those ladies. And listen, he's a sick dude, man. He told that lady that he was just going downstairs.
You think his wife? You think his wives was down with him? I say
they might, they had to be.
Who
really?
knows a person more than anybody? Most people wives know you more than your mothers do.
I can, yeah.
And so to say that they don't would just be speculating. I'm only speculating to say that they is. So, you know.
Man, he slid with that little girl after hours. He slid with that little girl after hours. I don't think that he ever was in a situation with her like that before. So it's like that shit probably was some spare the moment type shit.
According to the mother, that was the first time she's ever been alone with Brother Polight. According to her, the mother.
Okay, I so that's now, okay, that's interesting. Now that's very interesting. That was the first time he was alone with her, that's all he could think of, and not being an elder. But then again, you got to think about it. He already had intentions on doing that.
Allegedly, he took her phone, got her drunk, and then answered the mama's phone call after she allegedly called 50 times.
Oh no, I ain't know that. Oh my God.
Hold on.
What?
Let me play a little bit because I'm big African power, and we cleaning up the African community.
Go ahead.
And,
All right. We're gonna join forces today, big African power. All right,
let me go to
let's
my
do it.
channel, or let me
It's
go
for
to this
justice, right?
Aboriginal dude's channel.
Yeah, because I never heard any testimony from the girl about the case.
Well,
I only
you about to hear it now, brother. We about to get into that right
So that
right
nigga,
now.
that nigga, some type of he abducted her. That's like kidnap.
I think the
That's why he got all
mama
that. That's why he got all that time. That's like on top.
I think the mama was in
Can you
on it,
share my
man.
Oh, my
screen, big
bad. Let
brother?
me click on it.
My bad. Let's get to it, y'all, because this is critical. I need y'all to listen up. Listen to this is the full brother polite court hearing.
Probation. As a condition of probation, the defendant will.
What you say, 10 years probation.
Hold on, you guys.
Lewd and lascivious molestation on a child, a second.
Let's get it.
Child abuse, aggravated, great bodily harm, or torture of amended information that we're filing right now.
Okay.
So listen, these are the new charges. You're gonna hear the old charges and the two new charges that was put on Brother Polite today. Because for those that don't know, that's listening, he been charged with the 6 charges. He pled out the 3, and while he pled out the 3 today, they was charging him with 2 more that carries up to 60 years. So let's listen.
The handwriting says, so maybe somebody can assist.
Your Honor, the state has crossed out one line of paragraph 5 and has written on the side this crossed out line does not apply, and then initialed and dated.
Line does not apply. Okay, and that's your initials there?
Correct, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, before you proceed with the plea, we do have an amended information that we're filing right now.
Okay.
State in case F21-14438 is filing an amended information for purposes of the plea and in contemplation of resolving the case of 2 counts of child abuse, aggravated, great bodily harm, or torture, felonies in the 1st degree, 1 count of control.
Y'all heard the first ones, right?
Man, I'm hearing all this shit. That shit not right that they could do that shit like that, low key.
No, he did all that. Like, you gotta hear what actually happened.
Of 2 counts of child abuse, aggravated, great bodily harm, or torture, felonies
This
in
is
the
what he
1st degree.
agreed that he
1
did. This is what he agreed that he did.
abuse, aggravated, great bodily harm, or torture, felonies in the 1st degree, 1 count of contributing to delinquency of a dependent or dependency of a child, a misdemeanor in the 1st degree.
All right.
Whoa, did you hear that shit?
Okay.
State in case F21-14438 is filing amended information for purposes of the plea and in contemplation of resolving the case of 2 counts of child abuse, aggravated, great bodily harm, or torture.
It's over with. He's done. It's over with. Damn.
For purposes of the plea and in contemplation of resolving the case of 2 counts of child abuse, aggravated, great bodily harm, or torture, felonies in the 1st degree, 1 count of contributing to delinquency of a dependent or dependency of a child, a misdemeanor in the 1st degree.
All right. So please arraign on the new information.
We enter plea of guilty.
2-1. No, on the new, well, the arraign.
Guilty.
Arraign on the new information. You're entering a guilty plea at this point. Okay, and setting up your jury trial, all discovery to be provided. And are we ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if I can have the defendant sworn.
Now, what y'all just heard was the new charges. Those was the new charges that you just heard. We about to get into the ones he pled out to.
Information. I want the defendant to be aware of what he was originally facing and what the new information. This is the new information.
I didn't give it to you.
Oh, I have one. All right. Okay, can you tell me full name and date of birth?
Michael Eugene Note Jr., August 10th,
Oh
1983.
man,
All right,
that's
thank you.
over with.
You were originally charged under case number F21-14438 with the following charges. Lewd and lascivious molestation on a child, a 2nd-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. Count 2 was lewd and lascivious molestation on a child, 12 to 16 years, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison.
That's
Lewd
30
and
years.
lascivious conduct on a child under 16 by a defendant 18 or over, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state
That's
prison.
45 years.
Count 4, lewd and lascivious exhibition on a child under 16 years, defendant over 18, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison.
That's 60
And
years.
contributing to the dependency of a child, a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail. And then
That's
count 6
61 years.
is interference with custody, a third felony, punishable by up to 5 years state prison. The
That's
state has now
66
filed
years.
an amended information today, charging you with the following: aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first.
These are the new charges that he's reading now.
The
That's
state has
66
now filed
years.
an amended information
These are the
today,
new ones. Listen.
charging you with the following: aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first-degree felony, punishable by up to 30 years state prison.
Damn.
Count 2 is aggravated child abuse, aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first-degree. The state has now filed an amended information today, charging you with the following: aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first-degree felony, punishable by up to 30 years state prison. Count 2 is aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first-degree felony, punishable by up to 30 years state prison. And contributing to the delinquency, dependency of a child, a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail. It is my understanding that you wish to plead guilty to this new information. You would be adjudicated guilty, and your sentence has been memorialized in a 4-page plea agreement. Did you have the opportunity to go over this plea agreement with your lawyer?
Yes.
Okay, I do need the defendant to initial each page because there are not initials on these pages. Okay, let me know when it's done.
Damn. Yeah, so while he going to jail today, and while he's in jail during his incarceration, he's going to be going to court for new charges that they filed on him today. See what I'm saying? So let's get into the rest of it. Hold on.
So this is my
Go
thing.
into the details on the contract. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the plea agreement includes an adjudication, 7 years of state prison,
I
followed
don't
by
want
10
you to
years of
respond
reporting
to this till
probation.
you hear
As a
everything,
condition of
Brother
probation, the
Brandon.
defendant
It's,
will.
what did you say, 10 years
10
probation?
years reporting probation. The defendant will complete the MDSO program. The defendant will not be allowed to have unsupervised contact with children. The defendant will have terms regarding where he may work and the ability to wear a uniform. There are additional terms of restitution, of which $5,000 has been agreed to be paid upfront within 24 hours, mailed to the to the victim.
Damn.
And additional restitution to be paid out on a monthly basis once he is out of custody. And that monthly amount is highlighted in the written terms of the plea agreement. Additionally, there will be a stay away order
That's crazy.
from victim TS and her mother, which is also mentioned in the plea agreement.
What is total amount of the restitution?
The total amount of restitution is $25,000.
All this
Boom.
for
So he got to pay
25K.
immediately $5,000 within 24 hours
Straight
after
up.
accepting this a plea agreement. And he about to go do what? 7 years? Probably do like 4.5, get out, do 10 years paper, probably get off of papers in 8 years. He's done.
The details on the contract.
Lifelong registered sex offender for life.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, the plea agreement includes an adjudication,
You gonna listen
7
to the
years
plea
of state
agreement
prison,
one more time?
followed by 10 years of reporting probation. As a adjudication, 7 years of state prison, followed by 10 years of reporting probation. As a condition of probation, the defendant
It's,
will.
what did you say, 10 years
10
probation?
years reporting probation. The defendant will complete the MDSO program. The defendant will not be allowed to have unsupervised contact with children. The defendant will have terms regarding where he may work and the ability to wear a uniform. There are additional terms of restitution, of which 5,000 has been agreed to be paid upfront within 24 hours mailed to the to the victim, and additional restitution to be paid out on a monthly basis once he is out of custody. And that monthly amount is highlighted in the written terms of the plea agreement. Additionally, there will be a stay away order from victim TS and her mother, which is also mentioned in the plea agreement.
What is total amount of the restitution?
The total amount of restitution is $25,000.
Okay. All right.
It ain't no just commerce talk. That nigga going to jail. He only got 7 years. He took a plea agreement. If he would have took that shit to trial, he'd be looking at 66 years minimum. 66.
Do
And
you
they
think
probably
if
would have threw the max at him and gave him 30. Because they gave him
That's not me
they gave
talking,
him
brother. That's
30,
me
the
talking earlier on my
maximum
live stream.
penalty. They get that's a total. It could be anywhere between 70.
Let me skip it up a little bit.
Oh, he wasn't gonna be interviews. Is really. Let me get back up to it. Yeah.
And the right
Is going to jail.
and understand, sir, that by entering these charges and the right to tenants could not have been used against just and cross-examine.
Understand.
You had the right.
Hold on, something's going on. Let's get it back, y'all. I don't know what the hell. Listen to it.
Consequences, including deportation and removal.
Understand.
You had the right, sir, to have gone to a jury trial where your lawyer had the ability to compel the attendance of witnesses on your behalf, the ability to confront and cross-examine the witnesses and evidence against you. You had the right to testify just like any other witness or remain silent, and your silence could not have been used against you if you went to a trial. You also had the right to appeal any mistakes that I would have made during the course of the trial, and the right to hold the state of Florida to the burden of putting these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand, sir, that by entering into this plea, that you are giving up all of these rights and we will not have a jury trial?
I do.
Have you discussed this plea
They
with
do
your
that
lawyer?
for everybody, Riz.
Has he answered all of your questions?
Absolutely.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's services and advice?
Definitely.
Did the state provide all the discovery in your possession to the defense?
Yes.
Did the defense review all of the discovery in your possession with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do both sides know of any physical evidence containing DNA that would exonerate the defendant?
No.
No, Your Honor.
And do both sides stipulate to a factual basis for this plea?
Yes.
That's stipulated.
And the court has reviewed the arrest affidavit, makes a finding that there is a factual basis for the plea. Mr. Noack, are there any witnesses or is there any evidence that you wanted your lawyer to investigate or me to receive before entering into this plea?
No.
All right. The court finds that the defendant understands
No,
the nature
he's
of the
not
charges
facing
against him and the
deportation.
consequences of this plea, that he has been represented by competent and effective assistance of counsel with whom he says he is satisfied. I find the defendant has knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waived his rights. All statutory fines, court costs, and surcharges will be assessed. Counsel, do you waive PSI?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, yes.
Now, Mr. Noack, you do understand, as I mentioned to you before, that the state, as I had articulated earlier, you may be eligible for early termination as long as certain conditions are met. That means no violations. You've done everything that you were supposed to do. You've not been arrested for any criminal offense, and the state is in agreement with it as well as the court's ratification. On the other hand, sir, if you violate any terms and conditions of this probation, and that includes getting arrested for any other criminal offense, that you could be subject to the maximum period of time in prison, which by my calculations is 61 years state prison. You do understand that?
66.
And knowing all of this, do you still wish to enter into this plea?
Yes.
All right. The court finds the defendant, as I mentioned before, understands the nature of the charges against him and the consequences of this plea, that he has been represented by competent and effective assistance of counsel with whom he says he is satisfied. I find the defendant is knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waived his rights. All statutory fines, court costs, and surcharges will be assessed. Is there anything further as it relates to Mr. Noack? I do have on the Zoom that the victim's mother wanted to address the court. As part of
Correct.
the victim-
Your Honor, nothing more from the state except to let you unmute the victim's mother, and she will be listed as victim Noack in the Zoom, and she is requesting pursuant to Marcy's law that her identity remain anonymous. So for that reason, she will not be stating her name, but she will be making a statement regarding this.
Where would it where would it
It
be?
should say victim and then in parentheses, Noak, sorry. You see when it says victim, Noak?
No, 7 years in prison.
Okay, yes.
10
1
years
second.
probation.
What
All
the
right,
fuck?
you may unmute,
Right
ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. All right, so what I'd like you to do,
Oh shit, we get to hear
well,
from
you
the
don't want to
victim for the
give your
first
name.
time,
So at
y'all.
this point, just go ahead
Oh
and you
my
can give us
God.
an impact statement. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Michael Nowak. This is the first time I have spoken publicly about what you've done to my daughter and I. I have gracefully remained silent the last 2.5 years. 2.5 years of pain, shock, disbelief, PTSD, constant nightmares, and daily triggers. Trying to help my daughter heal when I'm not even healed myself. What you have done to my daughter, myself, and my entire family is inexcusable. You hurt us all. You made me believe that you were such a great man and you could do no wrong. You made me fully trust you, and for that, my daughter trusted you too. But the truth is, you're a monster, a demon. The very first time that I allowed you to be alone with my daughter, the very first time, and you couldn't even help yourself. You told me you was gonna be right back. You were going downstairs. You were gonna grab food and take vacation pictures. You told me that you wanted to have a one-on-one talk with her about loving and respecting me as a great mother that I was and am. And I actually believed you. I believed that you were gonna bring her right back. I thought you were gonna have this trusting conversation with her that you promised me. Her and I both trusted you. For a grown man to violate a child who trusted him, you should be ashamed of yourself. You plotted on me and my little girl. The entire time you knew what you planned to do. Isolate, intoxicate, then violate my baby. Shame on you. I trusted you to bring her right back. You were supposed to bring her back the same way that you took her. Instead, you drugged her and took advantage of her. And you sexually abused her. You forced alcohol down her throat. You then forced her to see things that no child should ever have to see. You forced her to feel things that no child should have to feel. You forced her to accept violence that no child should ever have to endure. You forced drugs in her that no human should ever even ingest. She's my child. My baby. How could you? You could have killed her with all the drugs that were found in her system. And you thought your master plan was mapped out perfectly, huh? You thought I'd be dumb enough to believe you over my child. And you thought that money would blind me. You thought I was gonna be so blinded that I wouldn't notice when you returned her with bruises all over her body and her mouth busted, uncontrollably shaking. Absolutely not. And although you executed your plan and you got what you wanted those couple of hours, you actually failed. Because look where you're at right now. You have created a lifetime of trauma for my daughter and I. Before you, we never knew evil existed. You brought so much evil into our lives that early morning. And I'll never forget. I called you like 50 times and you wouldn't answer me.
Oh my
And I
God.
called her too, but you took her phone. You drugged my baby and you gave her no way to seek help. You left me no way to contact her, even know where she was. I get physically sick now whenever I'm away from my daughter because of you. Something as simple as her going to school, I'm in panic mode because I'm scared when she comes back, she's gonna be hurt all over again. I constantly have flashbacks of that night. And what she lives with is It's not okay. She feels uncomfortable around people and will live with this forever, and this is not fair to her. She never deserved this. Shame on you for forcing evil on our youth. And you know, for a year, I questioned, how could you even do this to us? Her and I did nothing wrong to you. We trusted you. I moved across the country because I believed everything that you told me.
Man, this shit
But it was
heartbreaking,
pure
yo.
manipulation I see now. All you do is specialize in selling false dreams. How could you do this to an innocent child and mother who simply trusted you? We did nothing wrong. But you know what? I'm done breaking my head trying to question or figure out how you could do such a thing. It's so simple to me now. You're just a sick man. A man you can have a plethora of women, but you secretly prefer to have a child. And it's so clear now. I will never be able to fully trust another person due to the betrayal that you've shown me. And for that, I was not willing to trust 6 strangers and go to trial. Nor was I going to put my daughter through an additional trauma. This plea was in our best interest. You and I both know the evidence is extremely substantial. But even with that, I refuse to have my child be tormented when she's done nothing wrong. All she holds is the truth. And I will say this, although you were so worried about being labeled a sex offender, you did us a huge favor by admitting to guilt, period. So for that, I thank you. I truly thank you. Yes, mitigation took place and I allowed it as long as it meant you going to prison and you getting true help. Because true help means no more victims. The fact that your only non-negotiable was to accept a sex crime shows exactly the type of man that you are. You know what you did in that hotel room. I know what you did, and my daughter knows what you did. DNA doesn't lie. There's no reason why your DNA should have been found on my baby. And yes, I satisfied your bogus request to not be labeled a sex offender, but it doesn't take away from who you truly are. I wasn't going to waste any time going back and forth with you over a label. God will judge you for exactly the person he is, a sexual predator. So rest assured, jail time equals jail time. And I pray that during your 10 years of sex offender probation, you actually receive the treatment that you need, and it helps heal your sick mind and get the thoughts of being with children out of it. All you care about is your pretend image. But I know exactly who you are now. You want to be this public figure, but you want to do all your evil acts in secret. You're so self-centered. That's why the last time I saw you on February 27, 2021, you fought me. You tried to hold me hostage from taking my daughter to the hospital. I'll never forget that cowardly look in your eyes. I'll never forget it. You were so scared. You were so scared because you realized you messed with the wrong one. Your last words to me, you held me and said, please don't go. You're going to ruin my career. Well, today, September 6th, 2023, my last words to you are, I hope the next 17 years of your life, you're reminded of the disgusting, terrifying, unforgettable acts that you've done to my innocent daughter. Shame on you. And although you've caused a tremendous amount of trauma for myself and my daughter, we will and will always be superior of you because a successful, honest career is something that you could never, ever have. We will both continue to stand against violence. My daughter will continue to persevere and be bright and intelligent and a courageous young woman that she is. So Michael Nowak, I hope you enjoy prison and God bless you.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your courage.
What y'all think about it?
That man guilty, bro. Like, I already saw the information when it came out like a couple months ago. And just from hearing the story and like how he had, you don't even got to get into the story. Like, the man had his DNA on her clothes, and when they went to the police and stuff. So it's like, nah, bro. Like, why was your seed on this underage girl, bro? So it's
Well,
like,
it was found in 7 different parts of her body. 7 different parts. DNA was found.
Yeah. He did something up in that motherfucker. Whatever he did, I know he regretting that shit. Cause that shit, he do sound guilty as fuck based off what she's saying. I think that shit, he tried to take it to try, he tried to fight or whatever. They probably wanted more money, but he might ain't. You know, all this shit come down to money. I mean, he was wrong, obviously, but that
If he would
25.
have took it to trial, he wouldn't be facing 7 years. He'd be looking at 100% maximum penalty, which is 120 years.
Yeah, they was gonna do him like that R. Kelly. You know, they ain't gonna let him out. But I think if anything,
He
then
knew
like,
he would have lost taking it to trial when you got the
yeah,
DNA.
he was gonna lose taking it to trial.
So he did something. He knew it. He took the shorter end of the stick, which is obviously 7 years. He actually got 17 years.
That chick
Honestly,
though.
he got off, bro. Like for what he did, because like you say, he gonna be able to do like 4.5, get out, and then like I guess part of the plea deal was he somehow got around being labeled a sex offender from that bullshit. So it's like, yeah, that shit.
Yeah. Well, I think that was only for the new crimes. What they was mentioning of. You go back and listen, and when he was mentioning he's not going to be labeled a offender. That was on those 2 new charges. The other one's already been apprehended. That's why the stay away orders. Him can't be around children. Him can't work in uniform. That's all going to be in document registered records. So
I think she accepted that for the payout when they said the 25,000. I think that's what she was like. Okay, they'll take the 25, and then he don't got to label a sex offender. So I do think she took a little bit of that money. She making it like she.
I semi could see the leverage there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
she
the
wanted some
family
of
would
that
have
too.
to agree to the deal too, probably. So yeah, then they probably push that in there. Like, look,
I mean, at the end of the day, whether he's registered or not, anybody that knows this dude is gonna know this guy's a sicko. Anytime a camera's in his face, he's gonna be X'd out.
Yeah, I agree.
And anybody that believes him is just sick. He already posted on his Instagram. They dropped all the charges. I'm still out enjoying life, knowing that he went to jail today. That is sick.
I think too, like he like dealing with hood rats too. I don't he ain't really about
That's
fucking with no
narcissistic.
quality women. That chick on there, she sound like she a child, the mama. She don't sound like no fully developed, mentally developed grown woman. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably his type. Naive hood chicks. He got caught up with his own game. Sound like. I still was disappointed though in the way he went out though, because I feel like, nigga, what are you doing? Fuck. And I'm 28, but I tell motherfuckers all the time, like, hey, when it comes to them kids and all that other shit, don't bring them around. Don't do none of that shit, because all it take is an accusation, and that could be any brother, you know. Y'all still on? Y'all still doing this?
Yeah, I'm African every day, all day. I'm chilling, bro.
Okay, I was just asking, fucking silent like the lambs in this mother.
Cause I heard a bunch of wabos. Ain't nothing talking about nothing. I bang on that beach daily, bro.
Okay, I bet.
A1. A1. Man, this nigga might be asleep.
You think so? I think he is, yeah.
Let me call him, man, because I don't want his live stream just to be on. And because he one of my favorite wabos. You know, he
Okay.
pseudo as hell, but he cool though. Damn, that's fucked up. I think I'm gonna have to end this shit. But y'all can go ahead and continue building. I'm big African power up here today. So anybody want some smoke, it's whatever. Cause ain't none of
Yeah.
y'all niggas really Indians.
Hey, I appreciate y'all letting me come on the stream, pop my shit or whatever, talk to y'all, and if I catch any more lives or whatever, I'll be back on this smug. But yeah, I'm gonna holler at y'all later. Peace.
But yeah, man. Yeah, man. A lot of y'all niggas pseudo. Hey, Marlon, where you from, bro? Marlon. Marlon must be asleep. But listen.
I'm on the West Coast right now.
Oh, that's what's up, bro. What tribe you from?
I don't really claim a tribe. I will tell you though, after I did my history, I found out that after my cousin did his DNA on Ancestry, and after I actually charted out my history using our family's records, we always been from here. Right now, I have the number one case for ancestral land in Georgia. We have a lawsuit in for it. So I know what y'all talking about. No disrespect to anybody in any area whatsoever. But I know what I can prove. And that's what I think A1 is saying, is he knows what he can prove. We can talk all day long. Right.
I don't think you can prove that you've been here.
Okay.
When you say you've been here, like you mean like since colonization?
Since before colonization. We got
And
records all the way. We got
what was the
records
name?
all the way. We got
Who was
records all
recording
the
these
way
people
back to
before? Who was recording these people before the Europeans started recording them?
There was a different set of records. That's what
Can
he's
you
been
show me
trying.
what one of these records look like whenever you get a chance? Because I'm dying. I've been dying to see the first official ABO document.
I hear you. But the only thing that's going to pay me is anything through the 1700s. I'm more than happy to show you any of that stuff, but I ain't going to show it to you here because I got a court case right now going on.
White people was here in 1400s, and they was in North America in the 1600s.
Mm.
So how you know white people didn't make those documents? Because they was here. You see what I'm saying?
No, I mean, I see what you're saying. I see both sides. But the only thing that's going to pay me is anything that came around the 1700s. So it don't matter where the records came from. If it shows that my people were here and they were claimed as Negroes, as you call them, right? Even in the census, I could show you a picture of a white dude on my ancestry, and then you look at the records and I say those was Negroes. I have proof both ways, but I know what I can prove. That's all I'm saying.
So are you denying your African heritage?
I never claimed African heritage.
But you black.
That doesn't mean you're from Africa.
Yes, all black people come from Africa.
Okay, that's when I would tell you that you're wrong.
Well,
so can I ask you about you? Do you go with the "we weren't slave" narrative?
Look, I'll answer your question like this, and this is very direct. When I started doing my own heritage, I was looking to see who was Indian, and I was looking to see who was African. And I'll tell you, I haven't been able to find any Africans.
Because
Okay,
they
that's
called
fair
them
enough.
Negro and black. They called them Negro and black when they got here.
Or colored, or whatever other term you wanted to use. But when whoever came here, they came here and met somebody. They either met the Asian looking Indians that you're talking
That's who
about,
we
or they met some curly haired Negro looking people.
Can you
And
name
all
me a
the records,
Negro nation, a Negro tribe that was here, that was
I mean,
documented?
I'm sure you've seen documents just like I have. I'm saying that I don't have proof that we came from Africa.
I've only seen
I get
Native
what you're
American
saying.
Asian people. And then the only black Indians or people here mixed with African. That's why I'm saying.
Right. No, I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying I don't have proof otherwise. So now, I mean, there's no argument from me. I'm just saying I don't have any proof that the people that I come from came from Africa.
You do. I'm gonna help you out. Is your skin black? Is your hair curly or nappy? That
Look,
means you're African.
I mean, you see my picture right there. That's me as a younger man.
I'm
I
about to
got
look
more
in. I'm
gray
about to
hair
zoom
now.
in. Let me zoom in. You look like my homeboy Ty Data, bro. Damn. Are you a cowboy?
I wish. Give me enough
Man.
rope, I might be.
Hell no. But listen, yeah, you definitely are African. Your skin dark. You look like you from Cameroon, where my ancestors were from.
I hear you. But like I said, of all the documents that I have, most of my family comes from either Mississippi or Georgia. And I have documentation for that.
Did you know
But
Africans
are you
went there?
claiming? Because you basically said like the documentation go to 1700s, and that makes sense to me, right? But
okay, I just want to correct your terminology. The documentation that I have through the 1700s is what's going to pay me based on land records. I have other documentation past that. I don't really care
okay,
about
so that documentation, what were y'all calling yourselves? I'm just curious.
it was whatever it was at that point in time. Currently, we use census records because when it comes to a court case, it only comes down to what you can prove.
Hey, wild Indian woman, wild woman, hit the link, man. Because you're a pseudo wowbo who thinks you originated in America. That is crazy. If you're black, you come from Africa. Now, I ain't denying that you might got some Native American up in you, but it ain't a lot.
You know, Black African power, you keep saying that.
It's big African power.
Big African, I apologize. Like
No
I
problem,
said,
brother.
no smoke, man. I'm telling you, I only know what I can prove. I wouldn't go into a federal court case with something that I couldn't prove.
Oh, you got a federal court case?
Yeah, in Georgia.
Interesting.
Man, we going 5 hours, man. I'm about to end this, man. I gotta get up, go to work, handle shit, man. But shit been a blast, man. You guys wanna end it out? Go ahead.
Man, shout out to all my Africans, Hotel Ungawe, and Bang on that beach daily. Shout out to everybody in the Aborigines in here too. I will shout y'all out too. Shout out to the Aborigines.
Hey, peace to all y'all. A1, I'm gonna reach out to you whenever I can. I rock with Amani Bay, so we'll talk about it at some point.
No doubt, my brother. Be safe, bro.
Peace.
Thanks for coming up, man. Shout out to everybody came through as well. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Shout out to Big African Power, my brother Shaq, Jahad, Brendan, Marlon, and everybody else that came through, man. Peace of guys, peace of goddesses. With that, I'm out of here, man. Peace.
I'm live, y'all. Come follow me. Come follow Big Aboriginal Power. I'm going to my cousin.